All right, so I'm not gonna lie, it was hard to do today's show. I love my show. I love my stream. I love what I do. I love talking to people. I love providing my insights on things. I love getting other people's insights as long as they're not filled with isms, which is becoming too common. We have racism, sexism everywhere. But what's getting even more out of control is that we have the isms, and then we have people's opinion of the isms. And we've got to normalize common sense again. We've absolutely got to normalize common sense. We've got to normalize the phrase shut the fuck up. We've got to normalize people telling our political leadership, like, our political leadership should not be offended when they get told shut the fuck up. Stephen Sharif, creative director and owner of Intrepid Studios, he got his marketing director, Margaret Crone, got really offended at something I said. And what I said was, he needs to shut the fuck up. And this was years ago. This was when I was still the favored poster child golden boy. I said he needs to shut the fuck up because you've got community managers and then a director of marketing and then you, and you're not letting these people beneath you do their job. If you're not going to let anybody else, if you're the head of an organization and you're not going to let anybody else have an opinion, then put out a fucking company handbook of all the acceptable answers. Now, the United States military, the Air Force specifically, I can't speak on all the other branches, but the United States Air Force does this. We have a book of all the fucking appropriate answers. If you're public affairs, you give an answer. If you're anybody other than public affairs, you shut the fuck up and you reference people back to public affairs. It is a big deal in the Air Force if you are quoted. Like, they make, like, you get called in, there's like discipline, there's like letters of reprimand. Even if you didn't say anything, I appreciate the subscription. Even if you didn't say anything inflammatory, the fact that you said anything at all is a violation of direct orders. When approached by a member of the media or a member of the public while off base in your uniform and you get asked a question, you don't have an opinion. You refer them back to public affairs. That is the answer. That is why this newspaper has the answer from the base. This newspaper has the answer from the base. This newspaper has the answer from the base. It's not hard. Let the people who are trained to give the answer give the answer. Now, does the local Air Force base make airmen, sergeants, young lieutenants, captains available to the media? Yeah, they do. They make them available while they sit there, kind of like a lawyer. And you ask the journalist asks the question, and then public affairs doesn't say anything. Go ahead and answer the question. Public affairs says, you're not going to answer that question. That's above this individual's purview. Like, ask them questions that are theirs. And that's common sense. What I think is absolutely unreal is that social media is eroding society because everybody wants to have an opinion. But I think that the single greatest thing that we could do, in America, I'm sorry, the Western world, the whole planet, is get rid of social media. Get rid of this. Get rid of Twitch. If people want to have a platform for their voice, they should have to earn that platform. I think that we've forgotten that freedom of speech, freedom of opinion has its roots in an era where you weren't allowed to say anything. And now, 250 years later in America, people feel that they can say anything without consequence. People also lack a fundamental understanding of the First Amendment. The First Amendment doesn't protect you from repercussions or consequences. It protects you from repercussions and consequences from the government. I'm still caught up on this Hassan Piker, and I forgot who the female creator was. And Hassan Piker legitimized stealing by calling it micro looting, and alluded to micro looting is like almost a civic obligation to hurt these large companies. There are people that are freaking the fuck out because Elon Musk made $62 billion in one day. But he didn't. And that's the problem. His stock position went up $62 billion in one day. If he needed to sell $62 billion or whatever, he wanted to buy the Disney company. If he needed $62 billion in hard currency today, he would end up selling close to $300 or $400 billion worth of stock. Number one, short-term capital gains 25% across the top. So he's got to sell more than he needs. Second of all, what people can't seem to grasp or realize is that if the stock is worth $100 here and you start selling, the stock is going to drop to 90. And then other people are going to start to panic, and pretty soon the stock's 75. And pretty soon the stock is 50. It's like the person who had the problem on Monday where they talked about, but Elon Musk can borrow against his stock. I'm not saying that an FDIC insured banking institution should be allowed to offer him the loan. But I'm saying when we're stuck in a position of two evils, I always want to choose the lesser of the evils, the one that doesn't hurt the overall economy. But then when you explain to people, he pays interest to the bank. So if the bank makes $10 billion in profit after taxes, that's $9 billion the bank has to give for mortgages, car loans, small business loans, personal loans. But people don't see that. People just want to be mad and pissed that he has and he's a have and they're a have not. It was like the thing I showed the other day on Monday. The guy said, I'm 52 years old, I've worked since I'm 15, I don't own a house and I won't own a house in my lifetime, and yet there's a trillionaire. So what you're saying is you made really bad life decisions. You made really poor choices. But see, I'm the bad guy when I say that to him. You're defending a trillionaire. Dude, this is the pancakes, waffles, French toast thing. Because I'm telling you, you made bad decisions. That in no way justifies I'm defending a trillionaire. SpaceX has created 1,000 millionaires. I'm tired of the bullshit that people want to say billionaires don't create jobs. Without billionaires, we would still build things. You're right, we would. We would still build things. Nowhere near the scale that we do because the guy on the top is making money. It's really quite simple. Not every business is successful. In fact, 20% of businesses fail in their first year. 50% fail by year 5, and 80% fail by year 10. The issue happens when the collateral goes to worthless, but then when you owe $1 million, it's your problem. When you owe $100 million, it's the bank's problem. Right, and you're absolutely right. That's rich dad, poor dad. That's his whole philosophy. But what people don't realize is the bank doesn't get $66 billion in collateral or $62 billion in collateral for a $62 billion loan. And that's the piece that people don't realize. Elon Musk wants to take a $100 billion loan. He has to give the bank somewhere between 200 and 250 billion in governorship over his stock so that if the stock price starts to slide and it hits this threshold, right? He gave them the stock when it was at 100. But the deal says if the stock drops to 88, that's our sale threshold, we will automatically execute the sale of enough stock to get $100 billion. Well, if the stock dropped $12 a share before the automatic execution, you gave them more than $100 billion. You gave them 12% more than $100 billion. But it also has to factor in the conditions Grumpy Old Man mentions. If the stock goes into a free fall the bank has to be able to recover. So I don't know what the magic number is because I don't work on deals personally. But the magic number is like the fire sale mentality. If this all goes to shit, we'll be able to make $100 billion before the stock hits 72. So how many shares of stock do you have to give us control over if the stock price fell to 72? Okay, so you need to give us $128 billion in stock. Would you like to give us more so when we process it, it covers your taxes? Common sense is normalized. Common sense is not sticking a fork in an electric socket. It's one of the most commonly misused terms. How can we teach people how to be otherwise sensible if we can't even teach them what common sense is? Except that's you've overly generalized what common sense is. Common sense, you've dumbed common sense down to a level to which it shouldn't be dumbed down to. You're saying common sense is normalized. Common sense is not normalized. We've lost common sense. We've lost the entire idea of common sense. You go in, you know every day. This is the example I used from when I used to teach. People need to understand common sense. You know every day when you're coming up Cicero Avenue in Chicago. This is an actual example. So this is Cicero, and this is the I-55 on-ramp. You know every day, if you get to this on-ramp by 5:50 a.m., you are going to get right on the 55 and drive all the way into Chicago with no traffic jam, no stop and go traffic. You know from personal experience that any time after about 5:57, and why 5:57? Because that's what time the people living out in Mokina and Orland Park and all the other places, they're catching up to this on-ramp. Anything after about 11:57 a.m., you know you're going to be caught in the start of stop and go traffic. So common sense says, get your ass onto the fucking expressway before 5:50 because you already know. You've already experienced this. Anecdotally, observationally, you already know what the outcome is. But person who already knows this will get to the on-ramp at 5:59. Now they're stuck in traffic and now they're angry. Well, what the fuck are you angry about? You already knew how this works. Common sense tells you, you know how this works. Get your ass to the on-ramp on time. See, I don't mind when people say a form of common sense is don't stick a fork in an electric socket. You're right. That is a form of common sense. But you say it's one of the most commonly misused terms. No, it's one of the most commonly misunderstood terms by people who haven't taken the time to enlighten themselves. Common sense is, ready? Common sense is don't go start a fight. Why? Because mathematical probability says you might be one of the best fighters that you know, but 50% of all the fighters out there are better than you. Well, that's not true because there's the best in everything. Right. The best in everything doesn't go looking for random fights. At any given time, common sense tells you 50% of the people are better than you at what you're doing. Do you have a gold medal in judo? No. Well, do you study judo? Yeah. Well, then you're nowhere near the best. Have you qualified for the Olympics? No. Well, then common sense tells you you're nowhere near as good as you think you are. You're not even the best martial artist in your dojo. Common sense tells you if I'm not even the best in my dojo, I'm nowhere near the best in the world. See, we got to stop dumbing down terms to make people comfortable. Comfortable people aren't driven to learn. Uncomfortable people are driven to learn. You chose to do this. He says, no, I didn't. And my reply is, you knew that this was going to happen and you didn't get out ahead of it. That's choosing it. Yeah, see, somewhere between 1979, being born in 1979, right, and being born in 2005, we've lost the narrative of personal accountability. The vast majority of people don't go looking for fights. That is normalized. The vast majority of people do not go looking for fights. Statistically correct, yes. The vast majority do not. That's common sense. Because it's common. It's the most occurring outcome. It's pretty common sense. And yet we have people that go looking for fights, and then they end up dead. And then we put our hands up and we weep and we point and we say racism or reverse racism or sideways racism. Carmelo Anthony going to jail. Now, on the Carmelo Anthony thing, I've heard that there was a video that wasn't shown, and everybody is saying that the prosecutor is wrong for not showing this video. First of all, let me stop. That's all bullshit. The prosecutor is not required to present any evidence to the jury that doesn't support the prosecutor's case. The prosecutor, if they have possession of the video, they are required to turn over all exculpatory evidence to the defense. What people don't understand about the rules of discovery is, the rules of discovery state, I only have to give you that which evidence that I am going to introduce in court. And this is where people who've never set foot in a law class don't get this. Here's the prosecution. Here's the defense. The prosecution is required to give over 2 lines of things. The defense is only required to give over 1 line of things. The prosecution has to give over everything that they are going to introduce, known as submit into evidence, during the course of the trial. They are also required to turn over all exculpatory evidence. The defense is only required to turn over what they intend to submit as evidence. If the prosecution has a videotape that shows Carmelo Anthony getting jumped by 4 guys, and they didn't turn it over, then I will be the first person to say that's now where the prosecutor has to be investigated, potentially disbarred, potentially imprisoned, because failure to turn over exculpatory evidence is a criminal offense. But if the prosecution turned that videotape over to the defense, and then they didn't dismiss the charges, then what the prosecution is saying is that videotape didn't convince us that it was justifiable homicide. If the defense didn't introduce the video, that's bad defense work. Unfortunately, you can, but it's much more difficult. If you get a public defender who fucks up your case, you have a much stronger ability to appeal, because that is the defense that was provided to you by the state. A public defender is technically an agent of the state. And people need to realize that. They work for the state. They work for their client. If they work for the state, they're an agent of the state. If the defense attorney was a public defender and had this videotape and didn't introduce it, Carmelo Anthony would have a great round of appeal to say inadequate defense. But you were paying that defense attorney. You can still raise the appeal. It's just a much higher bar. Like, yeah, that your defense attorney isn't an officer of the court. They're an officer of the court in some columns. But you paid the guy. I don't know about other militaries, but the Navy teaches doctrine that if you get into a physical altercation, you have exactly 1 goal: be not dead when it's over. Yeah, be not dead. The defense or the prosecution must give it over if it could provide evidence if they plan to, intend to, however you want to say it, or anticipate the possibility of using it in a trial. Right. If they plan to introduce it, or if they kind of already know that they're going to have to introduce it. But there's also that you didn't turn it over in discovery, but it's being used to impeach a witness. I've heard judges throw evidence out just because it was held by the prosecution and not anticipated being needed, and then they asked to introduce it and they pivoted, but they had it before the discovery paperwork was filed and they didn't include it. Right, exactly. The prosecution has a much higher bar of what they are required to turn over than the defense does. The defense also has an obligation to turn over evidence, though. Be like, hey, this is our discovery packet, and you need to take another look at these charges because Jay couldn't have killed that person in St. Louis Jay was at Disney World. Here's his Tron photo. Here's his Seven Dwarfs photo. He wasn't in St. Louis on Father's Day at 7 p.m. because he was hanging out with a mouse. Then the prosecution is like, well, shit. That's the way it's supposed to work. Yeah, that would be the world record sniper kill, right? But see, where common sense has gone off the rails is social media is asking questions like this. And these are the things you can't even respond to. Because when you respond honestly to this question, your wife got pregnant by another man by mistake. As a good husband, what will you do? As a good husband, what will I do? Is I will divorce her so that she can marry the father of her child. As a good husband, I'm going to get out of the way of the other man who needs to raise his kid. Well, what if you already have kids with her? That's okay. Almost half of families in America are broken homes. People can grow up in a broken home and be just fine. Wait, sorry, the fuck, by mistake? I was tabbed out and had to come in for this incredible bullshit. Yeah, your wife got pregnant by another man by mistake. Well, were you walking down the street and you slipped and or was he walking down the street and he slipped and his dick fell in you? I mean, your wife got pregnant by another man by mistake. So she got pregnant by mistake, but fucking him wasn't a mistake. Now, where you can't, in a philosophy classroom, I would take this to another level. I would take this to the next level. What if your wife was sexually assaulted and she got pregnant? As a good husband, what would you do? That's the level of enlightenment I want. I don't want people to get caught up on the bullshit. I want people to go to the next level. A good husband, what does he do if his wife is sexually assaulted? A good husband, in my opinion, doesn't have an opinion and supports whatever decision the wife wants to make. JD Vance said Iran would get $300 billion in reparations by Gulf Coast Coalition if they abide by the terms. That is correct. That's a real question, not whatever the hell is on the screen. Right, that's a real question. Right. So, Storm Song, that's what I'm talking about. We need to normalize common sense again, and one of the things I want to normalize is the ancient Greek and Roman idea of enlightenment and sitting around and talking, not about who's got the biggest rack or the nicest ass. Philosophical questions. Because the philosophical question is, if you're a man and your wife was sexually assaulted, as a good husband, what would you do? But then I've heard men say, I'd go kill the guy. I said, okay, but how does that help your wife who's pregnant? How does that help your family? How does that help the other 2 kids you have? Now you're in jail, he's dead. Like, you've got processes. Now she's still pregnant and half her support system is jail. Not a great plan. Exactly. We're not teaching restraint to people. Like, I used to have some different opinions, and then I'm watching how bad the world is getting. One of the biggest problems I have right now is parents who are telling other parents. If you tell your child if they get into a fight, if someone swings on them first, they need to swing back, you're part of the problem. No, motherfucker, I'm not part of the problem. The parents of the kid who hasn't been raised to keep their fucking dick beaters to themselves is the problem. My children, my nephews, my nieces have all been taught avoid conflict. Avoid it. But if conflict comes to you, you do not throw the first punch, but you, by God, throw the last one. And there are some parents who get mad at me when I say that. I'm sorry. If your kid started a fight, my kid is going to end that fight, because I'm not going to teach my child to hope that a teacher or an administrator or a school security guard gets there. And then when I show up to the school, because I've been called that my child was in a fight, I better be walking in and there better be police there. Because the very first thing I do when my children get into a fight is I walk in and I say, why are the police not here? And, well, we choose to, oh, I don't choose to. Take out my phone. Hi, local police. I need you to send an officer over. Well, the school liaison officer is already there. Nope, I'm asking for a street officer because of a conflict of interest. Well, what's the conflict of interest? The school liaison officer didn't do their fucking job because a fight started. If my kid was attacked, the kid who threw the first punch should be in fucking handcuffs. Because the last time I checked, that's fucking battery. So when I get there, and I've had to do this a couple of times, it becomes a matter of administration. You're not yelling at me. I'm not your student. I am here for one reason and one reason only, to advocate for the rights of the child who shares my last name. Why are the police not here? Well, we have a zero tolerance policy on violence. No, that's bullshit. That's actually against the law. So why don't you stop talking and you get the school attorney here? But in the short term, I've already summoned the police because I'm pressing charges. Well, sir, I don't think if you were doing your job right, you would have already had the kid arrested and you would already be signing the police report. Since you don't want to do your job, now I'm going to refer you to the Department of Children and Family Services for failure to do your job as an education officer and protect my child. That's the fucking common sense. That's the common sense. That we already have a system of laws that work for the outside world. So why are we protecting children from age 6 to age 18, sometimes 19, inside of a bullshit world where they fuck around and they never find out? Now, if I walk into the school and they're there and they're like, yeah, your kid got jumped, we're suspending the other kid for 10 days. No. Why? Because you had all these opportunities to intervene in the violence. Now my child has been the victim of violence. Expulsion is the least of things I will consider the matter resolved. Expulsion. And trespassed from the school district. Trespassed from the school. They can't come to events. They can't come to basketball games. They can't come to dances. No, goodbye. Fuck off. That's happening? Good. Then I consider the matter resolved. If that's not happening, then I'm going to involve the police. I'm going to involve DCFS, and then you can be under investigation. And guess what? When you're an educator and you're under DCFS investigation, you are removed from the classroom or the building without pay. In my state, at least. Oh my God, zero tolerance policies, all of my disdain. If we had zero tolerance policies, we wouldn't be here. If we had zero tolerance policies, the first time a student used fighting words, they would be out of school suspended and a conference with the parents. The first time they used fighting words. Because thoughts lead to words lead to action. If the kid gets pulled to the side the first time he uses fighting words and say, that's a 2-day out of school, and it makes your next consequence even worse, then that kid would get the fucking message. The only thing that prevents evil men from enslaving passive men is violent men willing to stand up and hurt them on the passive man's behalf. Yes. People sleep comfortably in their bed at night because rough men stand ready to do violence on their behalf. And that's the other bullshit we need to get down with. Teaching kids, we need to fucking change the whole Western culture idea and mentality. We need to stop trying to jam pack these kids full of a bunch of academic material at age 6. We need to teach civics. We need to teach citizenship. We need to teach philosophy. We need to teach enlightenment. Yeah, they need to learn their letters, their numbers, their colors, their animals, their animal sounds, all the little kid shit, right? They need to learn that. But we need to start teaching, like, what good citizenship is. I'm going to show you something that I was going to cover on the show, but I started to make my way through this, and guys, ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't make my way through this document. I will post the document on all three channels. I couldn't actually make my way through this document. The Rape Gang Inquiry Report. The Rape Gang Inquiry Report. Can I just fucking say that if you need to have a fucking report that's 219 pages about your rape gang problem, you don't need 219 fucking pages to talk about this problem. The very fact that multiple organizations had to come together to prepare this fucking report is a problem. We don't need to read it. The reading it is the fucking bow on the box. These crimes have been committed for decades, since the 1950s, by Pakistanis in particular, and have affected every region of our nation. The scale of the crimes committed is staggering. It has been previously established that at least 250,000 young white girls have been subjected to repeated rape, gang rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and lifelong trauma. The number is probably higher. The inquiry heard harrowing testimony from survivors and their family. The method used to groom children typically follow the same process. Girls as young as 11 were initially befriended by a young Muslim man who then treated the young child like an adult and would start providing them with alcohol, drugs, and cigarettes. What the fuck? What? First of all, I'm going to say something here. If the child is young as 11, where the fuck are the parents? And where the fuck is the accountability for the parents? Britain doesn't have a racism problem, it has an immigration problem. In other words, I'm not racist, I swear. I have a colored TV. No, that's bullshit. Let me stop you. Don't blame the victims. I'm not blaming the victims. When did I blame the victims? And I'm not your fucking bro. When did I blame the victims? I blame the victims' fucking parents. Let me elaborate on that. Those aren't the fucking victims. The victim is the fucking young white girl who's 11 years old. The parents are the fucking part of the problem. Let me explain. I am the father to 5 daughters and 2 granddaughters. Nobody gives my children alcohol or cigarettes. No adult has my children for extended lengths of time. The only other adult who has my children for extended lengths of time is their mother, who lives in the same house as me. If I absolutely have something I have to do where I can't have my minor children with me, there is a very short list of people that I trust. My mother-in-law is not on that list. Just so we're being straight up, my mother-in-law, I would trust my child to the guys at the VFW hall before I would trust my child to my mother-in-law. Just because she's my mother-in-law doesn't mean. I served my country for a long time. Immigrants made America, man. If I'm a racist for running my country for my countrymen, so be it. I don't give a shit. Well, first of all, before you start, he's not American. That's a very American-centric thing. Also, You're either an immigrant or you're a citizen. To be completely honest, you're either adapting to the culture of the country that you live in or you're trying to colonize it. You can either be a citizen of America or you can be a hyphenated citizen of America. But if you're trying to change America to suit you, you're a colonizer. You're not a citizen. And I think there are other people who can share this mentality. I'm a dual citizen. I don't try to make America more like Ireland. Problem with some immigrants is they don't integrate. Right. They're not interested in integrating. They're not interested in coming to America to be American. They're interested in bringing their bullshit, right, wrong, good, bad, indifferent, from their country to America. Japan just got fed up with this shit. Japan has basically said, fuck off. If you're not coming to Japan to be Japanese, fuck right off. And there's nothing wrong with that. There is absolutely nothing wrong. I just thought you may want to let people know you are joking about the offenders not being Muslim. Muslims are not doing this. Muslims are not doing that. People who are pretending to be Muslim are doing this. Oh no, they're Muslims. We need to stop that shit. Let me tell you why we need to stop saying people are pretending to be Muslims. As a Catholic, I will call out the Catholics. My Jewish friends, I expect you to call out the Jews. My Muslim friends, I expect you to call out the Muslims. Because when I try to call out the Muslims or I try to call out the Jews, that creates a racial thing. The really great episode of Star Trek The Next Generation. I absolutely fucking love it. I absolutely love it. There's a Klingon who's committed a crime. And Captain Picard says, well, we're going to search you. He says, I'm an ambassador of the Klingon Empire. You can't search me. And then the Klingon guy says, you're right, you can't search him. We're going to take him and we're going to search him. That's how that shit needs to happen. That's how the world gets better. Okay? That's how the world gets better. When everybody looks at their own pool first and says, look, I know the kids are pissing in your pool, but I'm going to make sure my pool is clean. And then I'm going to show you what a clean pool looks like. And I'm going to keep my opinion about your pool to myself. But I'm going to keep my pool clean. If that involves you not being allowed in my pool, that's cool. That's not racism. Criminals are to be recognized as criminals, not part of some religion. Let me stop you there. Let me stop you. You don't have the authority to banish somebody out of their religion. Stop trying to do it. You're going to spend your whole life trying to do that. Stop fucking saying that. If a Roman Catholic commits a crime, a Roman Catholic committed a crime. The Roman Catholics don't get to turn around and say, oh, well, he's not really being a Roman Catholic. Was he baptized? Yes. Was he confirmed? Yes. Where's the fucking surprise party? He's a fucking Roman Catholic. Why? I always hate when I hear like about a 30-year-old who gets accused of like crimes against kids. He's lived in the community forever and it's like, oh, well, I thought he was a really good boy. Bullshit. You didn't think he was a really good boy because when he comes near you, you clutch your purse tighter. You never thought he was a really good boy. So why didn't you say something when he was 16 and an asshole? Because you want to turn a blind eye. You don't want to put in the work. You don't want to put in the effort. You don't want to put in the community building. My problem is I've gone to some trailer parks that have been nicer than some suburbs. Because these trailer parks are filled with people who are spending hard-earned money to have a place to live, and they kick all the shit out of the trailer park. They don't allow the problem to come in. Just because it's a trailer park doesn't mean it needs to be poor white trash, trashy, Hickville, barefoot, eating mayonnaise sandwiches. Stereotypical, yes. Doesn't need to be that way. You got a neighborhood, I don't care what ethnicity, I don't care what color, I don't care what religion, I don't give a fuck. You can have a poor neighborhood, not be a ghetto. It's the same. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me get back to this before I lose it. If you could choose what percentage of the population of a country should be military ready, what percentage should be active? 100% of the able-bodied men and women of a country should be military ready. Able-bodied. It was born with no legs. I don't expect him to be military ready. What percentage should be active? You can't really say a percentage because you got a country of 6 million people versus a country of 1 billion people. A percentage of 1 billion is going to be bigger than 6 million. It's the same thing they do with female cops. Woman is the criminal and being loud about being touched. Female cops like, right, I'll do it then. Right. Look at the Islamic faith and what it says about jihad and wiping infidels from the planet. You will then know why the religion beliefs are vital, not just important. You're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. Except, let me stop you. Let me stop you. Because you said go look up Islamic faith and what their jihad and wiping out infidels of the planet. Who are the infidels in the Muslim faith? Because this is one that people like to use as a weapon to bludgeon the Muslims. Who are the infidels? In Islam, who are the infidels? Are they the Jews? Are they the Catholics? Are they the Christians? Because you said go look up the Islamic faith, and I have. I've studied all 3 of the Abrahamic religions. No, not all non-believers. And that's the fucking problem, because people think they call the infidels all non-believers. Who are the infidels in the Quran? Most people don't know. They think infidel means the Jews and the Catholics and the Christians. In the Quran, the infidels are other Arabs trying to disrupt Islam. And somehow, racist, bigoted Western world does everything. Yeah, the infidels are the false followers of Allah. It refers broadly to anyone who rejects faith, denies the existence of God, or demonstrates ingratitude. Yeah, you're right. Except the fucking problem is their God, Allah, is Yahweh. The fucking Muslims don't accept the divinity of Jesus Christ. They accept him as the prophet that came before Muhammad. Everybody wants to shit on Islam that their book says to go kill all the non-Muslims. Their book doesn't say that. Their book says go kill all the Arabs that are trying to disrupt the spread of Islam. Go kill all the false followers of Allah. Look, we don't need to have a bunch of bullshit with one of the 3 Abrahamic religions. It's all the same pizza. We're arguing about who the best delivery boy is. Which, to be fucking frank, is a waste of our time. The problem people have isn't with Islam. The problem people have is with the individual cultures of these Middle Eastern countries. Fine, you don't like their culture, but stop weaponizing their religion as some bigoted, ignorant bullshit reason. Polytheists and adulterers, those who worship multiple gods, are associate partners with God. The Quran is highly critical of this practice. It's great. I'm very happy that you just cut and pasted something out of Google. This includes those who reject the signs of God, Allah, which I've already told you, and denied the day of judgment, atheists and materialists. Right. But the fucking infidels are not those people. I'm going to help you with something. Please don't use Google in my fucking chat because you don't want to do the work to actually study it. That's my fair warning to you. If you have gone to fucking using Google or ChatGPT, I don't need you here. Because then you're not interested in learning, you're interested in pontificating. And the way you get to pontificate is download OBS. You already have a Twitch account. You get to go pontificate your bullshit on your channel. Period. Dot. You are not going to come in here and copy and paste bullshit that you don't personally understand. I'm sorry, those aren't your words. That's not yours. That came from Grok or Claude or ChatGPT or Google. That's not you. I know that's not you because you ran out at the end of a paste. I already have done the work. PhD, sir, you are saying untruthful stuff. Now getting checked gets me kicked. Book burn much? Oh, that's funny. You have a PhD. What's your PhD in? What's your PhD in? I also love the fact that you say fact checking gets you kicked. You didn't fact check me. You used Google to fact check me. What's your PhD in? Yeah, also, if you had a PhD, you would know that that's not how you abbreviate PhD. So, what's your PhD in? Come on. Come on. Tight. Let's go. Tight. Also, if you had a PhD, you would know that you don't refer to your PhD as a PhD. If you actually had a PhD, you would say, I have my doctorate. My goodness, bro, PhD. Oh, you fucking abbreviated it wrong a second time. Also, you have a PhD in sociology from Berkeley. Do me a favor. Your PhD in sociology does not include religious studies. So, I have the ability to teach sociology, which means I've taken an awful lot of sociology. I actually have sociology on my Illinois teaching certificate. Why the fuck would you believe your degree in sociology makes you a religious studies expert when we have degrees in religious studies? Not only do we have degrees in religious studies, we have people that get doctorates in religions. Most of them get a master's of divinity when they've studied their religion. So I'm very happy that you have now twice struck out and failed on how to abbreviate your own doctorate degree. I have a master's, 3 undergraduates, and 8 associate's degrees. I have an associate's degree in everything on my teaching certificate. Politely do me a favor. Get the fuck off my channel. Because you are a fraud and you are full of shit. Because you struck out twice on abbreviating your own degree, and people with doctorates don't say I have a PhD. They say I have a doctorate. And they say I have a doctorate in. You had to be prompted and pulled to get your own credentialing out of you. Do me a favor. Get the fuck out of here. Religion is just personal belief. No, it is not. Religion is not a personal belief. Spirituality is a personal belief. Anyone can believe whatever they want. That is called spirituality. That is not called religion. Religion is formalized doctrine agreed upon by a group of people. That is why in Christianity, because we needed to stop everybody creating their own version of Christianity, we've got non-denominational. Never said expert, said I did the work. You are still wrong. 80% of Muslims believe they will read the word of infidels, but not in their lifetime. The other 20% they will believe they do in their lifetime. Right. But the problem is, you dumb fuck, I've already proved to you that you don't know what an infidel is. You haven't done the research. You are a racist. You are Islamophobic. You are a bigot. You don't have a PhD. You're full of shit. Because 80% of Muslims do not believe that. 80% of Muslims don't believe anything. 80% of Muslims don't believe any one thing, because if you really studied Muslim, you would understand that the Sunni and the Shia have different sets of beliefs. So how do you have a doctorate in sociology saying 80% of Muslims believe anything when 80% of Muslims don't agree on anything? You've lumped them all into one bucket. How is that happening? So again, second time, politely get the fuck off my channel, because I don't deal with ignorant bigots who have any phobias. If you're Islamophobic and you're spouting from expert level, which you don't even have, get the fuck out of here. You're a blight on society. You are the shit stain on the underwear of society. You spread hate about Islam. You don't even know who their infidels are. Yes, some of them bring up the fucking idea of ridding the world of infidels. Those are enemies of Islam. I don't know how much fucking clearer I can make it about Islam. They don't look at Jesus with divinity. They look at Jesus like a prophet. Muhammad and Jesus, same fucking tier. Same tier. And if you're a Christian or a Catholic, you have to understand, we are Judeo-Christian. We share the 10 Commandments out of the Bible, out of the Old Testament. We follow the Old Testament, specifically the books of the Torah. The Christian and the Catholic story is the fucking Jewish story. The only difference is Jews look at Jesus as a radical rabbi. Christians and Catholics look at Jesus as God made flesh and divine. And the Muslims look at him as a prophet. So please politely take your fucking ignorant, bigoted ass the fuck out of here. Now, the EU just voted through new immigration laws. The EU is going to establish deportation camps in countries outside of Europe and use trade among other means to pressure nations to take back their citizens. I think this is a good point. I think this is... I think this is the direction we need to go. I think this is the direction we need to go. We need to send everybody back to their own countries. We need to send all the kids back to their rooms until they clean their rooms. Then we let them out into the rest of the house that they trashed, and we clean the house. What people fail to realize is there are split-off denominations in Islam just like there are in Christianity. Different interpretations of the text. Yeah. There are different interpretations. That's why you see different imams give different instructions. Very much similar to kind of where a Roman Catholic priest strays a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right, not politically, just down the road. But if they go too far, the local archbishop comes along and says, you're too far. Some Roman Catholic parishes do food kitchens, soup kitchens, shelters. Some do not. They're all supposed to. Does that make one parish better than another parish? No. But if the parish goes too far out of bounds, the archdiocese reaches in and pulls out the pastor, pulls out the problem-making the priest, and we move forward. You got the Church of England gets created because the king wanted a divorce and he couldn't get it from the Pope. You've got the Lutherans, the Protestants. The Lutherans get created because Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the door of the chapel. You've got, I'm not going to shit on Mormon or the Church of Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints. I'm not going to shit on Scientology. That's religion. Somebody brought up spirituality versus religion. There are some religions that aren't necessarily great. There is also the problem of we've had popes in the past that deuce volt that shit and let's go kill all the Muslims. We've got to free the Holy Land. The hard part is when you definite evidence that their own countries are actively expanding their mass grave industry. I agree with you, but it's a tough one to swallow. Okay, so I'm going to grab this one because this is a very important point. You've got a country, and we're going to call it Fuck Thatistan. We're not going to reference a real world country. We're going to call it Fuck Thatistan. And 30% of the country has power, and 70% doesn't. Well, who's leaving that country? Is the 30% of the country that has power leaving the country? Or is the 70%? Well, it's the 70%. It's the 70% that are emigrating with an E out of their country, and they're going somewhere else. Now, of this 70%, I'm going to just say, because I don't want to quibble, half of the people in that country are good, upstanding, moral people who are willing to emigrate and adapt to their country, their new country. And 35% are the degenerates and the broken and the fucking asylum seekers because they don't have any skills and they want to leave. The problem is, for every percent of people we allow to leave that country, we change the power dynamic. 70% of the country might have the means to overthrow 30% with power, a la Iran. If all the Iranians who had fled Iran were suddenly back in Iran, maybe the political civil war, revolution, rebellion push goes further. But you've taken out all of their aristocracy. You've taken out all of their elite. You've taken out all of their educated, all their wise, all their enlightened, all their powerful, all their motivational, all their leadership, because they've been able to get jobs elsewhere. We know that these countries are doing terrible shit. Break. I'm not going to condemn them for doing terrible shit. Why am I not going to condemn them for doing terrible shit? Because in this country, in the 1980s, we waged a war on black people, and we called it the war on drugs. In this country, we keep saying we're going to have a war on poverty, but what we really keep having is a war on poor people. We keep talking about we want to help families, right? We want to help families. Except if you're a struggling single mom, okay, so this is an actual real world scenario. You are a struggling single mother. And yes, it could be a struggling single father, but this example is a mother. And she has a boy and 3 girls. And 14, and then everybody's younger. Than 14. Struggling single mom with a dickbag husband. The dickbag husband is important here, because when DCFS or CPS looks at this situation, you've got a 2-income family, right? You've got a 2-income family, and they're not able to not constantly be on the verge of eviction, not constantly be on the verge of poverty, not constantly going to food banks and asking people for food. And so what does CPS do? CPS does what CPS does best. They come in, they grab the 4 kids, and they take the 4 kids and they put them in what we collectively known as the system, to which they try their very best to keep the family together, and they put them into foster care with some foster parents that they're suddenly going to have money to give to the foster parents to take care of the kids, to provide them food, pay for their rent, pay for their medical insurance. So my question is, if we have money to give to the foster parents to take care of the kids once we take them away from mom and dad, then why can't we look at a situation where we have a struggling single mother, and the one thing that would solve all of her problems would be public aid, which would be cheaper than maintaining the system, but somehow we see the fucking solution, but we can't reach into the river and pluck it out. This mom only needs about $1,000 a month to bridge the gap. But 4 foster kids is going to cost $3,000 or more a month. So for $250 a kid, we could keep that kid with the biological mother. But we're going to spend $750 a month per kid to put them into foster care. If aliens read this scenario, they would put a big red X on planet Earth and nobody would be allowed to come here. Okay, trillionaire, we need to get the fuck off the trillionaire thing. Let me say this. First of all, Elon Musk isn't a trillionaire. The fucking mainstream media is presenting this. Elon Musk is not a trillionaire. He doesn't have $1 trillion. He has assets. By the time he sold everything, he has about 300 billion. If he had to liquidate everything, he'd have about 300 billion. Now, 300 billion is an absurd amount of money. I'll be the first to say this. But here's my problem. The politicians, especially the socialist Democrats, want to create a wealth tax. They want to create a wealth tax. Here's my problem with that wealth tax. Some of them want to take as much as 600 billion away from Elon. Okay? They want to take 600 billion away from Elon. The US government has had 40 trillion in debt. And they can't fix the fucking problem with $40 trillion. I don't want to take Elon Musk's 600 billion and throw good money after bad. What I want to do, which I have always had, this has been up now for over a year. What I want to do is I want to stop wasting money. I want to balance the budget. Then I want to talk about raising taxes. Because I think it is a much more digestible, palatable suggestion that says, look, rich people of America, we have done our best to balance the budget. We've got the balanced budget. It's going in the right direction. What we would like to do is we would like to impose a 2% wealth tax on you to help speed along paying down the national debt. Because once the national debt is gone in 12 years, we'll be in a better position. I think that the rich and the affluent and the Apples and the Microsofts and the Amazons would look at that situation and be like, hold on a second. You've balanced the budget. We're not bleeding money. And you're going to tax us 2% because we want to attack the national debt, which would put more money in the hands of consumers and have more money in the hands of the people that buy our products. Yeah, we're cool with that. But why is it that every person you talk to, if I give you this story, you have a little brother. You now have an imaginary little brother. You're an adult, they're an adult. They're a junkie. So the first time they come to your house, you give them orange juice, you give them a sandwich, you give them $50, and then 2 days later, you notice that some of your jewelry is missing. Then the next time they come to your house, you only have a 10 spot. You don't even let them in the house. And then when they're leaving, they kick over your garden gnome and break it. So then you tell them, don't ever come around my place again. And nobody has a problem with understanding the emotional connection to why you cut that person off. But why is it that people then can't take that story, extrapolate it and overlay it on top of the government and the taxpayer and the rich taxpayer, where the rich taxpayer says, hold on, I did the math. If you took the entire 1 trillion, divided among just the lowest 40% income earners in the US, it would only be a one-time payment of $14K. Right. And the third world countries, we are trillionaires, so should we all be taxed 60%? Right, exactly. The problem is, nobody has a problem looking at cutting off the junkie, but the United States is the junkie. And the taxpayer is the older brother. The fucking United States is the junkie that comes and says, please, sir, just enough for a smack roll. And everybody's like, oh, the rich should be giving out the smack roll. Now, do I believe that we should have poor people? Yes. Why do I believe that we should have poor people? Because I don't want to live in socialism. So we should all not have to pay taxes. No, we should all have to pay taxes to a system that is of the people, by the people, for the people, not paying taxes into a for us, by them. Look, what we know for a fact, the majority of people that are struggling are the people in the 12% tax bracket who every other year they border or they fall into poverty or go on aid. If Bernie Sanders is so goddamn hard on for a $15 an hour minimum wage, okay, this is let me pull up the 1040 form. No, it's the 1040. So this is what absolutely kills me, right? This is what kills me. It's killed me ever since 2020, and we started this bullshit of $15 an hour minimum wage. Okay, so we say $15 an hour minimum wage by 2080. 15 an hour by 2080, and if you don't know what 2080 is, that is the number of hours in a full-time work year. That's 31,002. Okay, so this is what we say you need to live. You need this. But you only, if you're single, you only get 15,750 tax-free. How do we live in a country that literally knows what the problem is? They believe they know what the problem is, but then they don't adjust the taxes to fix it. Because if you say you need 31,200 to live, then your first 31,200 should be tax-free. That means if you're married qualifying jointly, then that would mean that your first 62,400 should be tax-free. Now, because we've already seen and we've already proven that when you raise minimum wage, shit doesn't get better. What I've been saying my whole life since college, we need to stop raising the minimum wage and we need to get the boot off people's back. If you didn't pay 10% taxes and 12% taxes on the two brackets of the little bit of money you make, maybe you would have enough left over for that tank of gas, that extra grocery, that extra rent payment. Same reason the government is 40 trillion in debt, because they suck ass at money management. Okay, yes, I agree with you. A lot of people's problem is themselves. Very rarely have I ever met anybody who is 100% faultless. Most people created their own problems. Most people created their own problems and now they want somebody else to solve them. But you didn't instill those values in them when they were young. You failed them when they were a child. Before this gets too far out, something we have to keep in mind, it was a bit over 100 years ago that the Muslims world had the fall of Rome, the moment the Ottomans collapsed. I find it a bit funny when people want the Middle East to be at peace and stable, when Europe was in chaos for quite some time after the Western Rome fell. Well, the other problem is Europeans want, the world wants the Middle East to be at peace, but we're not even 100 years past the last World War. Keep in mind that less than 100 years ago, for the second time in 50 years, we had a world war. The other overspending and monetization of the debt creates an inflationary tax that hits the middle and lower incomes the most. Okay, we need to stop saying that, because that is not factually true. It does not hit the middle and lower incomes the most. It doesn't do that. It is a graduated tax system. Everybody pays the same amount of money as they go. And this is where, I'm sorry, but if 54% of Americans can't read over 6th grade level, 20% have functional illiteracy. And remember, the statistic is, right, and this is what hurts some people, 54% of Americans read at or below 6th grade. This doesn't mean the other 46% are reading at high school level. All that does is create your bell curve that looks like that. It's not a standard bell curve. Your curving platform is that some people would read at 12th grade level, some would read at 16th grade level, some would read at 19 level, and some would read at 22. Because these are your people with your doctorates. These are the people with your masters. These are the people with your undergraduates. These are the people with your high school diplomas. Then these are your dropouts. It would be more of a bell curve. Not every part of that 46 is college educated. Some of those people read at 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and then beyond. Everybody pays the same tax rate. I'm saying the inflation and devaluation of our money means it's taking more dollars to buy the same goods and services. The middle and lower incomes do not have the assets that will hedge against inflation. Yes, that is appropriate to say. But that is a radically different statement than saying the taxes hurt the lower wage earners more, because they don't. It impacts them more, but it doesn't hurt them more. Because everybody pays 10% on the first 11,000. And it's amazing that people don't understand this. Everybody pays 10% up to 11,925. But if we say, and remember, this is everything you made over. So you take your $15,000 deduction, right? You pay 10% on the first 12,000 after that. But what you're saying is a completely different thing, which is where the problem is. There is not enough money left over in the working class poor's coin purse to buy the bread and the cheese and the meat and the milk and the eggs and make the car payment, pay the car insurance. That's the problem. My way fixes that. My way may not solve the problem, but my way lets us see what the problem is. Right now, we don't know what the problem is because we can't see it, because it's lost. It's muddied, it's murky in all these other all these other bits and bobs. I know for a fact, right? There are parents who say, I'm doing everything possible to make life better for my kids. You mind if I look in your fridge? Go ahead. Open the fridge with a case of beer. You're not doing everything necessary for your kids. Well, I have to have you don't. Can you show me the prescription from your doctor that says you have to kick back a beer every night? Don't tell me you're doing everything. Don't tell me you're doing everything. Maybe if their annual raises doesn't keep up with inflation, giving you less than you had last year. The problem is, that's part of the problem. But the problem is you say, if the annual raise doesn't keep up with inflation, the annual fucking raise causes the inflation. That's what I've been saying for 26 years. You cannot minimum wage or raise your way out of the fucking debt. You simply cannot. Because if you give everybody $15 an hour, then all of the goods and services that are attached to minimum wage all slide. Period. Right? If you're paying childcare and minimum wage is $10 an hour, the childcare workers are making $10 an hour. If you make minimum wage $15 an hour, you just raised the cost of childcare for your proportion of the $200 raise that person just got. Period. Dot. How inflationary tax is defined. Inflationary tax refers to the economic impact of inflation that effectively reduces the purchasing power of money, acting like a tax on savings and fixed income assets. Yeah, right. It can lead to higher nominal tax liabilities without an actual increase in real income. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. If we know that it takes $31,200 to live, then we shouldn't pay taxes on the first $31,200. But people can't conceptualize that because people don't understand money. People don't understand it. So they think if you give me more money, I'll get myself out of the problem. Except everybody gets more money, so everything else goes up in price. Now, some people will say, oh, well, when California raised their minimum, or I'm sorry, when Washington State raised their minimum wage, there's this report of the University of Washington that shows, yeah, what are the two footnotes on that report, that paper? Because I've read it. Number one, we didn't include childcare. Childcare is the immediate first thing that changes when minimum wage changes. Number two, until you raise the minimum wage nationwide or region-wide, it is in the best interest of companies to slow creep up a can of corn 10% nationally, then only raise the prices in the Walmart in Washington. And because those coast-to-coast big box stores can do that, they don't make a can of corn $3 instead of $1.99. They make the can of corn $2.09 because you can stomach $2.09. But then people in Illinois, New York, Florida, Texas, they're all paying $2.09 now for no reason. The national company peanut butter spreads. Meanwhile, the mom and pop store can't peanut butter spread. So they go out of business because their prices, unless they get the almighty exception, right? Which lawmakers always think this exception is going to work. You've got Walmart, and Walmart has to pay $15 an hour. They have to. But Jay's, which is a small little market, right? I am allowed to only pay $10.25 an hour because I don't have more than 50 apartments. or 50 employees. Well, that means all of my good workers are going to leave me to go work at Walmart now because they get $15 an hour. And the only thing I'm going to be able to hire at $10.25 an hour is the dredges of society that can't get a job at Walmart. And then they wonder why a year after this thing goes, California saw it. A year after the $20 an hour minimum wage for fast food workers, a bunch of standalone burger joints, single restaurants, they went out of business. Why? Because they can't pay competitively. I'm hearing abolish Walmart, and given Walmarts I've been in, I'm not against this. Okay, I'm not against the idea of abolishing Walmart. But the problem is, who sells you groceries then? Where do you get your groceries? There's a lot of places that the Walmart is the only place to get groceries. It's the only place to get car parts. Because when Walmart moved into that area, the Piggly Wiggly and the Napa both went out of business. So if we abolish the Walmart, what happens to that community? It withers and dies. Or they spend $20 in gas driving an hour away to the nearest place that has a commercial sector. If my dad's Walmart closed, my dad would be fucked. The Walmart is like 15 minutes from my dad's house. My dad is old. If the Walmart closed, my dad would be fucked. Walmart's size and economics scale out to sell products at a lower price than any small shop ever could. Right. And the issue is, if we were going to not allow Walmarts and Farmores and Targets and big box stores, we needed to do that when they tried to be invented. Walmart, is that a solution or propping up something unstable and making the problem? But it's not unstable. The problem is people demonize Walmart because people are dumb and they don't understand the difference between revenue and profit. People said Walmart could afford to pay their people more an hour. Walmart could afford to pay their people about $1 more an hour. About $1 more an hour. And that's it. That really is it. But if they suddenly jump everybody's pay by $1 more an hour, their stock will take a hit. Their ability to leverage loans will take a hit. Their ability to be profitable will take a hit. So their stock price will drop, which will lead them to have less operating capital. So great, you gave everybody a raise, and then you damaged the long-term health of the business. Walmart's net profit margin is a mere 3%. Right. Walmart's profit margin it would be higher if fucking steely mitts would keep their grubby hands off of the products, and Walmart didn't have, in some places, 9 to 12% shrink. Yeah, give everybody a raise so you can lay 20% of them off, like California fucking did with fast food workers. We're raising the minimum wage for fast food workers, including delivery drivers, to $20 an hour. Very next day, Domino's announces it's laying off 1,500 delivery drivers. Those delivery drivers were like, well, fuck, I was making $13 an hour. And now I'm making $0 an hour because I don't have a fucking job. Thanks. What people don't realize is it costs, if you work for me, I pay you $10 an hour. It costs me over $11.50 to pay you. What you don't realize is, and I'm not saying it's the be all end all for the big corporations. I'm saying for the small businesses. I pay you $10 an hour. It's costing me $11.50 an hour because I have to pay your half of the Social Security, or I have to pay the employer side of Social Security, FICA, FUTA. I have to pay an unemployment tax, right? As a business owner, I have to pay in to a general unemployment fund. If I'm paying part of your benefits, it gets even more. Then they also move people from full-time to part-time to avoid having to pay benefits to those works. Yeah. How do cops not just sit outside of a 9% shrink store and just get a revolving door of thieves to arrest? Astro, that's a great question. Because shrink is happening. Shrink is the retail term for all losses. Some is from the employees. Some is from shoplifters. Some is from professional thieves. Professional thieves do shit like swap labels on a TV. This TV is supposed to be $4.99, but this person printed a label. Something they claim 60% of shrink was internal, but here's the problem with that. Saying that 60% of shrink is internal is the net remainder of when we take 100% of shrink minus that external shrink we know of, everything else is internal. But what about the ones we don't know of? Like, when I say we know we have 12 million illegal immigrants in America, we know we have 12 million. How many do we really have? Because if we know about 12 million, what about all the ones we don't know about? A lot of statistics are bad statistics because they're a believable looking number from somebody's figuring. And the famous line is, figures lie, but liars figure. 60%, sure. As a retail store manager, I had 2 leather coats stolen one day. I worked open to close. My assistant worked open to close. My salesperson worked open to close. None of us stole a coat. But I don't know when it was stolen. Because I don't have a police report to attach to it. It's gonna get logged as unknown, and unknown is just written off as internal. I assumed it worked the opposite. They confirmed 60% internal, so no. Because remember, when you steal, they get a police report. Target is malicious about this shit. Target lets you steal today. And they generate an internal report on you. But you didn't steal enough to get a felony. So they wait to see if you come back and steal more. And then, when you've stolen enough to be a felony, that's when they detain you, prosecute you, and they're like, yeah, on this day today you stole this, but on this other day, here's the video evidence for the prosecutor, you stole all this shit. Now that's a felony, go fuck yourself. The other problem we have is, when I worked mall security, I'm not gonna run up to a store to help recover your goods if you're not going to prosecute the shoplifters. There were literally gypsy gangs, and they're not calling them gypsy gangs to be derogatory. They were literally gypsies. They knew which stores wouldn't prosecute. They would literally walk in, right? And I couldn't believe what I was seeing. They walked into one of these women's clothing stores. 3 of them walked in. 2 of them held open a big burlap sack duffel bag looking thing. The 3rd one just took her whole arm and shoved everything from the front counter into the bag, and they went running off. And I know that that store doesn't prosecute. The manager's like, are you gonna stop them? Are you gonna prosecute? No. Then I'm not about to chase 3 people down and potentially get shot when I get to the van because you're not gonna prosecute. Not for $12 an hour, I'm not. When I was traveling to Australia a decade ago, people used to check everything out at the self-terminal as bananas because it was the cheapest thing by weight. Yep, that happens. Did I hear about what happened in Mississippi? Yeah, I've got that one loaded. This is a fucking tragedy. Mississippi police officer shoots and kills 1-year-old child in response to shoplifting call. A Mississippi police officer shot 1-year-old Cohen Carter Wiley while responding to a shoplifting call. The June 14th shooting involved officers for the Senatoba Police Department and Tate County Sheriff's Department. The officer shot Wiley while he was in a silver sedan in the parking lot of Walmart. The Police Department of Public Safety the Mississippi Department of Public Safety released a statement saying, in response to one of 2 subjects driving in the direction of officers, a clip of a cell phone video obtained shows a car driving away from officers, but it does not show the shooting itself. A photo of the car shows multiple bullet holes in the windshield, including a bullet hole on the passenger side of the windshield. Notably, the DPS statement appears to acknowledge that the police witnessed the presence of Wiley prior to the individuals entering the vehicle and before officers discharged the weapon. Law enforcement officers responded to a shoplifting call. Upon arrival, officers encountered two subjects and a juvenile child fleeing from the store into a vehicle. They attempted to stop the vehicle, but the driver drove in the direction of the officers, almost striking one. Okay. So. No, it doesn't need to be charged as felony premeditated murder. I'm sorry, it doesn't. Because it's not premeditated. We need to stop this knee-jerk reaction to vertically overcharge. I'm sorry, but it's not even murder. I know that's going to infuriate some people, but it's not murder. It's criminally negligent homicide. Maybe. But they were driving the officer and he shot at the car. Yes, he shot at the car. The problem is, right? No law enforcement officers received any serious physical injury. The death of a 1-year-old is tragic. They knew they were forbidden from shooting a vehicle to stop it. No, they're not. Why do you jump to that conclusion? Department of Justice manual on shooting into a vehicle only applies to federal Department of Justice officers. There's lots of police departments whose policy is you can shoot at a vehicle. And they weren't shooting a vehicle to stop it. They were shooting at the vehicle to stop it from hitting the officers. Yeah. It's a judgment call. If they were aggressively driving at the officers, it's self-defense. This is where we need to stop the knee-jerk reaction and vertically overcharge. Is it horrible? Yes. Is it a tragedy? Yes. I don't care what color the officers are. They haven't been identified yet. Right? But I need to see a video. If these were federal agents, then I would say yes, the Department of Justice memorandum on the use of force applies. This is also where, right? Mississippi didn't even approve the 13th Amendment until 2013. Well, that doesn't matter if Mississippi approves it. They don't have to. Amendments to the federal Constitution don't need to be approved by the state. I don't get how a parent can have their child with them in the car and drive at police. I don't get how a fucking parent can have their kid while they're shoplifting. The problem we have is that everybody is outraged. We need to make common sense common again. Everybody should be outraged. There's an awful lot of outrage to go around. Number one, you should be outraged that the police discharged their weapons in a crowded parking lot over a nonviolent offense. I think we can all agree to that. Why the fuck are you discharging your firearms for a nonviolent offense? Number two, I don't get why anyone's trying to run an officer over with their vehicle. Number three, as we see all day, every day, there's sovereign citizen videos. Why don't we have a federal standard for dealing with them? Number four, why does America not have a federal standard for police officers? We have a federal standard for nursing. We have a federal standard for lots of things. You take national registry to be a nurse. Why are nurses tested on a national standard? If it was a felony amount of shoplifting, does the law about that automatically faulting the criminal for all deaths that happen during the situation apply? If the state has that, yes. But it was a box of diapers. We killed a kid over a box of diapers. I agree with Come On Bunny Mississippi is a backwards ass state. I don't know why anybody wants to live in Mississippi. I think that's fair. Move over to Alabama. Some police departments operate much like gangs because of the point you're making. You're right. You're absolutely right. We need not enough information on the shoplifter. Were they armed? Were they a known violent offender with prior violence? Unfortunately, the police wouldn't have that information. It doesn't matter unfortunately, until the police are notified of 1032, 10100, 1000, different numbers. They should be responding as if this is law-abiding citizen. It's a box of fucking diapers. Now, this is gonna be a little dystopian coming from me. I don't like dystopias. I don't like fascism. But unfortunately, sometimes fascism is the only way to... there isn't even any evidence that the diapers were stolen. There is. The evidence that the diapers were stolen was for the shoplifting call. Remember, spoken testimony is evidence. Witness statements are evidence. Did the cops know it was just a box of diapers? I don't know that. The only thing I know is that it was a call about a box of diapers from the store. We have shoplifters. That's all we have. Testimony is evidence. But where Come On Bunny is correct, yeah, the follow-up video is useless because it doesn't show us the shooting. Where Come On Bunny is correct, though, is I've had the cops called on me for shoplifting. I used to work at a grocery store, and when shoplifters got caught stealing food, management would talk to them and basically let them get away with it. Come On Bunny, it's the user's name. I've had the cops called on me for supposedly shoplifting because Walmart's policies are fucking stupid. I love Walmart's new policy, though. I love to fuck with the door person. Walking out with my stuff. Can I see your receipt? Nope, was emailed to me. Well, I need to see it. Tough fucking shit. Then you shouldn't have a fucking button on the fucking terminal that says, my receipt was emailed to me. Now, politely get the fuck out of my way. Because you have no legal right to stop me. It is called a point of sale. The moment you took my money, ownership of these goods became mine. I had this problem about 20 years ago. I'd just worked a double and a half. And in the military, a double and a half is 30 hours. I had just worked a double and a half. Stopped by the fucking Walmart. My blood sugar was low. So I got a candy bar and a soda, paid for it at the express line. And then I said, I'm going to eat this. He said, go right ahead. You paid for it. I walked back into the store to pick up what I needed. I'm eating a candy bar, drinking a soda because my blood sugar was low. When I get back up to the fucking same girl, right? I bought the fucking, whatever the fucking car part I needed. As I'm walking out, they said, you have to pay for the candy bar. The fucking security was that you have to pay for the candy bar and the soda. I already did. I see your receipt. Fuck no, you can't. And then they get mad. Then they get mad. As far as I know, it's been established, it's not illegal for Walmart. It's not illegal for Walmart to ask for a receipt. It's illegal for Walmart to detain you because, like Grumpy Old Man said, you're getting very close to false imprisonment, which is what the second time when I was an adult, Walmart, the guy followed me out and wouldn't let me leave. And when I had called the cops, it was my 911 call. I'm being falsely imprisoned in the Walmart parking lot by a security guard. I need the police to come and remove this individual. When the cops showed up, the manager was coming out. The guy tried to talk to the cops, and I said to the cops, I called you. I'm the caller. You make contact with me first. I'm the caller. So the cops, the manager and the security guard are like, well, we need to, and the cops are like, no, he's right. He called us. We go get his story first. And I said, I am in the parking lot. I am attempting to leave. They're falsely imprisoning me. He stood behind my vehicle. He would not let me leave. I would like you to order him to get the fuck away from me so I can leave. And he's like, okay. And then the manager's like, well, the security guard said, I'm not going to let him leave. Could you please arrest him now? Because he's just admitted to a crime. And the cops went and got their story. The one cop got my story. And I'm like, this is bullshit. I said, the courts have already ruled. They can ask. I don't have to show it. It became my property at the point of sale. Cops like, yeah, you're right. They were so fucking adamant they weren't going to let me leave. The guy ended up getting arrested. And then Walmart's calling me, begging, pleading, whatever their bullshit, for me to not cooperate. Originally they said to not press charges. And I was like, you can't be a lawyer for Walmart. Well, I am a lawyer for Walmart. And why the fuck are you telling me that you don't want me to press charges? I don't press charges. I file a complaint. The prosecutor presses charges. You can't drop the charges. You can choose to stop cooperating. You can tell the prosecutor, I don't want to cooperate. You can tell the prosecutor, I don't want them to be charged. If the prosecutor says, yeah, fuck that, we've already invested too many man hours, we're proceeding. What's wild is a mother is desperate enough to steal diapers. I thought we had programs for diapers. We don't. Old McStabbin, it would be nice if we had programs for diapers. But we don't. You have WIC, women's, infants, and children, that will give you some diapers, some formula, some milk, some basic cereal stuff. But we don't. And this is like this moral. Yeah, some food pantries will give out diapers. But this is where we run into like a really moral problem. Yeah, there are several places that would help you out in each area. Here's where we run into a really iffy problem. So by comparison, right? Here's me and here's girl. Girl has a 21-year-old, and then she has a 14-year-old boy. This is a girl, and then girl, da-da-da. And she's always on the verge of bankruptcy. Now, my kids range from 33 to 13. I no longer have any preteens. I have 5 girls. I wanted to try for a boy because my youngest was born when my oldest 2 were adults. But number one, my wife couldn't survive another pregnancy, so that went out the window. But then I was also looking at the money and I said, shit, another kid? Another kid is gonna fucking put the fucking bite on our income. After 5, the wallet was like, try, I dare you. That's what it was. After 5, the wallet said, try again, I dare you. The problem becomes, I have friends that stopped at 3 who wanted 5. Somebody shouldn't have to stop having kids because somebody else won't stop having kids. Yeah, Graham versus O'Connor, the use of force. Police do not have to use the least amount of force possible. They have to use force that is objectively reasonable. Unfortunately, objectively reasonable firing at a car that's attempting to kill, injure, or maim a police officer. Because, yeah, but you don't know that at the time. That's why Graham versus Connor is the reason why the Department of Justice, one of the reasons, undoubtedly, why the Department of Justice use of force is specifically spelled out that you do not fire into a vehicle. Because they don't want it to be objectively reasonable. They want it to be objectively pre-foretold and spelled out. The shooting of Renee Good. The shooting of Renee Good should be murder 2. I think in Minnesota, murder 2 is the appropriate. You caused an action that was unlawful that resulted in the loss of life. The intentional, you took an action that reasonably would cause the loss of life. That's that officer. That's that ICE agent. You shot into a vehicle, which is unlawful, because your own policy says it's not allowed. Where we get a lot of court cases is where, and I hate to liken reality to video games, but you have the end user license agreement and the terms of service. And if they don't agree, now you've got a conflict. You've got the police department policy and you've got the law. Well, if the policy was written in violation of the law, you might not be able to charge the officer or the agent, because the officer and the agent is going to say, I followed policy. And somebody's going to say, well, your policy doesn't supersede the law. And your defense is, but I work for the state and I followed the state's policy. How does the state have a policy that violates the law? How can anything be objectively reasonable without specifics to set the boundary of what is reasonable? At that point, isn't it just subjective? No. That's a good question, but no. I'm streaming right now. I'll use myself for the example. My state does not have a stand your ground law. My state specifically has a duty to retreat law. I am required by law to retreat until retreat is no longer an option, and then and only then may I use lethal force. I personally hate that fucking law. That law specifically means if my wife and my kid are upstairs, and I know my wife and my kid are upstairs and safe, I have to let people on the first floor loot my fucking wife's $50,000 craft lab. I can't go down there with my firearm and defend my property. But right now I have noise-canceling headphones on. If I were to hear a disturbance outside the door and I went to check it out, I would not be able to articulate that I know what the disturbance is. I have music playing in my headphones. I hear stuff going on. I come around the corner, there's a guy, I put 2 in his chest and 1 in his head. They're going to say, but you didn't retreat. Reasonably, I couldn't retreat. I had no ability to. Did Renee do anything wrong legally? Yes, she did. She did several things wrong if you watch the entire video. Number 1, she blocked traffic. Number 2, she failed to adhere to a lawful order. She was told to move. Number 3, her passenger got out. Remember, the driver is responsible for everything that happens in the vehicle. Her wife got out of the passenger seat and became verbally confrontational with the police. Number 4, by no stretch, she was obstructing justice and impeding a federal investigation. You turned your vehicle intentionally to block ICE agents from being able to traverse down the street. All of those things are crimes. None of those things justify her summary execution in the street. She did, in fact, put her vehicle into drive and hit and strike an ICE agent. Now, that ICE agent was in violation of Department of Justice use of force memorandum, which not only states you may not fire into a vehicle, even if the vehicle is being used in a deadly manner, unless 1, a second other than the vehicle being used as a weapon is being used, like you have a passenger hanging out of the vehicle firing, or 2, you have no ability, including moving out of the way, which is specifically stated You have no other recourse to stop the vehicle other than to fire into it to preserve your life or the lives of others. So, for example, you're driving at high speed towards a road stanchion for a block party, and you've reached a point where the police don't believe that you are going to stop. They may light up your vehicle. Or I shouldn't say the police, because different standard. ICE agents or FBI or DEA or whoever could light up your vehicle. You are at a rate of speed with not enough time to stop, we're going to light up your vehicle. I don't know why, because it's not going to stop the vehicle, but that's not related. Now, it's not wooden horses blocking the street. It's triple-decked K-rails. Get the fuck out of the way, because a commercial vehicle, a passenger vehicle isn't going to push 3 K-rails. It doesn't have the mass, and it doesn't have the ability to build enough force, build up enough acceleration to move 3 K-rails. That's gonna be a barrier that you don't go. Then get the fuck out of the way. Let them crash into the K-rails. They're just concrete. But yes, Renee Good was committing crimes. The ICE agent committed crimes. You don't fire into a vehicle. That whole situation was fucked because multiple people, there should only be one person giving commands to the driver. You have a person who is in charge and everybody the fuck else is supporting. That means one person is giving commands. Because if 2 people are giving commands, go, get out of the way, stop. Well, I'm listening to the person, so I'm trying to go left, and I hit the officer. But the officer has fucking protocol. You don't stand, and this is federal. This isn't open for debate. Here's the vehicle, right? These are your no zones. These are your no zones when you approach a vehicle. You do not stand in front of it or in the front turning radius. You do not stand behind it or in the back turning radius. You stand here. You don't stand here. As soon as you hear get out of the vehicle, you obey command. You don't flee from law enforcement. Except the problem is, you're right, but when one officer is telling her to get out of the vehicle and one officer is telling her to go and get out of the way, now we have a problem. Not to mention the wife who got out of the vehicle, and then the wife who says, "Go, baby, just go," with a cop standing a ICE agent standing in front of the vehicle. The federal government can also be blamed for putting these agents in the field with insufficient training. That particular agent did not have insufficient training. That particular agent was not a new hire. He had been an agent for quite some time. That particular agent, right, had been dragged by a car the July prior. He was just returning to duty. That particular agent should not have been anywhere near the scene because he didn't have his body camera on. His recording is from his personal phone. The moment he realized he didn't have a functional body camera, in the military, when you can't fully do the job for which you are supposed to do, you take a step back. And like, if Faye was behind me, covering me, and my body camera wasn't functioning, I would step back, tap him, and say, "I have a malfunction." Then Faye would step forward, and I would now be the wide eyes. And he would go engage because he has the body cam. It was all a fucking goat rope. Rioters were creating large amounts of confusion, whistles, screaming, obstruction. Confusion is expected. Bottom line, they could have arrested hundreds for obstruction. No, they couldn't have. Blowing a whistle isn't obstruction of justice. ICE can't arrest somebody for free exercise of their First Amendment rights. Blowing a whistle is not a criminal offense. Renee Good stopping her car in the middle. The other guy, Alex, what the fuck's his last name? He was committing a crime. He put his hands on an officer. That other lady committed a crime. The other lady committed a crime. But blowing whistles and, yelling and screaming, that's not obstruction. Being in the street and doing it is obstruction. Me getting in your face is obstruction. Me blowing a whistle, that's not obstruction. Which is why we got to be careful and re-educate people on what is a crime and what isn't a crime. The bigger problem becomes local law enforcement is supposed to support federal agencies. People also are under the belief that ICE can't arrest or detain an American. First of all, I don't know where people got these stupid ass ideas. If they have a badge and they have a gun, they can detain you for certain things. Whether or not that detainment will turn into a legitimate prosecution or an unlawful detainment is never, ever, ever going to be determined at the street level. It's going to be determined at the courtroom level. Might be bylaw infraction for noise pollution, but certainly not a federal offense. Right, exactly. It could be disturbing the peace. It could be disorderly conduct. But that's why the Minneapolis Police Department is supposed to be with ICE. Because they are supposed to be to protect and serve. They're the ones that are supposed to go up and be like, you need to disperse. This is an unlawful gathering. Because remember, and this is where we need to re-educate America, peaceably to assemble doesn't mean without violence. Peaceably, in the context of the Constitution, means lawfully. That's why they were officers of the peace. Because they were officers of the law. Peace officer, law officer, justice of the peace, justice of the law. You try to explain that to people and they're like, no, peaceably means without violence. No. When you get local police departments refusing to respond either by local decision or state guidance, it has unintended consequences. Right. It has unintended consequences, and we also have the problem of states, Governor Newsom, Governor Pritzker, Governor Walz, Mayor Johnson of Chicago, Mayor of Minneapolis, Mayor of New York, not Mandami, the one before. They all should have been arrested for sedition and treason. Why? Because states and cities are not allowed to violate immigration law. States and cities are not allowed to impede federal agents when they're doing their job. If you're creating policy instructing your police departments to not honor ICE detainers, then what I really want to translate that into is your governor issued directive to your police departments to let murderers and rapists and criminals not be deported. Well, I don't want to see a hardworking family get deported. Guess what, bitches of the sea? That's not who ICE is running around after. ICE yeah, sure, if ICE got rid of all of the worst, then they would get around to the people that are not supposed to be here for a visa problem. But when you're interfering with their ability to get rapists, murderers, child traffickers, sex worker traffickers, like that's what some of these protesters don't understand. One of their protests allowed a child trafficking ring and all the kids to get away. 14 months of work down the shitter because of fucking liberals that what exactly? I see, and that's maybe one day a liberal can explain it to me. Why do you want to keep illegal, undocumented people in the country? Because it hurts housing, it hurts jobs, it hurts the economy, it hurts the education system, it hurts availability to handouts and charity. What the fuck? Why do you want to keep them here? Peaceably assembling includes a lot of signatures on a document, then sending the board your petition committee to the courthouse. I bet you that not a few punching bags got torn up at the... Oh, probably. No doubt, man. Fucking all bullshit. That's what's wrong with our country. And that's why it's never going to get fixed, because our country is full of a bunch of stupid people. Right? Questions like this on social media. I hate reading the responses because the people make me sick. Should a woman go to jail for falsely accusing a man of rape? Yes. Yes, the fuck she should. Yes, 1,000,000 times yes. 1,000,000,000 times yes. And now that we have a trillionaire, 1,000,000,000,000 times yes. A woman who falsely accuses a man of rape should go to jail. Yes, Guild Wars 3 is on my radar. It's a crime to make a false report. I loved when the military did this. In the Air Force, we had a really big problem with sexual assault reports being disproportionate at shitty bases. What do I mean by that? Tyndall Air Force Base, which is beautiful on a beach in a party town, very few sexual assault allegations. Minot, why not? Grand Forks, everywhere else that fucking sucks balls, has 3 to 4 times the number of sexual assault allegations. And this was in the Air Force. And so one day we're talking about it. And so you're at Grand Forks or you're at Minot, and these bases suck ass. Right? And then you've got Tyndall, that is amazing. MacDill, that's amazing, down in Florida. Why are there 300 to 400% more sexual assault cases being reported? That's because the moment that the victim comes forward and makes a sexual assault allegation, out the door they go. The victim gets moved to a new base. So 300 to 400% accusations, and then after the person gets PCS'd, the story changes and there's not a prosecution. So you know how they changed it? We're not going to move the victim. We're going to leave the victim in place, and we're going to move the alleged perpetrator to a different base to give you your safety. And what happened was all these allegations dropped. The moment that the victim couldn't get to a new base scot-free, the rampant allegations stopped, and then we got back to actually investigating. 36P personnel officer, everybody hates you. Everybody hates force support officers. Everybody hates you. Because nobody wants to wait 3 hours for their ID card at the MPF. Nuclear duty is a boon to your career. No. Not. If your career is nuclear, then yes. Remember, without fuel, pilots are pedestrians. Every base, every Air Force base has a primary mission. If you're at a tanker base, your primary mission is aerial refueling. The pilots fly the planes that do the refueling. The maintainers fix the planes that do the refueling. The personnel people manage the paychecks and ID cards for the people that fly the planes or maintain the planes. The medical people maintain the health and fit to fight of the people who do all these things, including the people who fly the planes. Being at a nuclear base isn't a boon to your career, because we don't necessarily say being at a nuclear base is more important than being at a tanker base. Other things we got to stop as a society. We got to stop posting pictures like this and asking, is this attractive? Because when you post this and you say, is this attractive? And then you get mad when people say, fuck no, it's not attractive. It's not racist, bigoted. Yeah, maybe to some, right? Is this attractive? Not to me. Beauty is in the eye of the beer holder. I meant the beholder. That's not attractive to me. It doesn't matter what color her skin is. It doesn't matter how big her ass is. It doesn't matter how big her lips are. No, I don't find that attractive. Also, asking if it's attractive makes it even less attractive. Right. You can't see what color her skin is. I'm guessing this is an AI generated image, because it might not be. I'm guessing it is. Yeah, just say no. But then when you say no, people like, well, why isn't it attractive? Look, what I'll say with this picture, somebody wrote it in the comments, so this isn't, I had the same idea. What I find attractive about the picture is the bravery of the personality, right? The bravery of the personality that it takes to do this to your body. I appreciate that somebody would do this, but it's not for me. It's the same thing as this nonsense. Why are so many men afraid to date trans women? Why are you asking the fucking question if you're gonna get mad with the answer? Why are so many men afraid to date trans women? They're not afraid to date trans women. Trans women aren't biologically women. Yeah, what if I don't want to? What if I don't want to? What if that's not my taste? What if that's not my preference? Whatever. Why is this suddenly, when people post this, they attack the people who respond by saying you're a bigot or you're a racist? Look, it's not fear, it's taste. I mean, if men have preference, it's bigoted, but if women prefer 6 feet plus, it's okay. There you go. There's the fucking linchpin of that. So a woman wants a guy who's 6 foot tall, but that's not sizeist. That's not heightist. Men aren't afraid to date trans women. Straight men want to date straight women. There you go. A young man who wants to start a family needs to be with a partner who can conceive a child. We also get people that get offended when they post questions like this. Georgia homeowner takes out 3 masked men trying to rob him at 4 a.m., killing all 3 suspects, ages 16, 16, and 15. Do you support this Georgia homeowner? Yes, the fuck I do, and I'm not ashamed to say it. That Georgia homeowner did not make a decision that his stuff was worth more than their lives. They made a decision that his stuff was worth more than their lives. Where the fuck are the parents? Because this isn't victim blaming. Victim blaming, just because they are the victim of homicide, I'm sorry, they're not. Just because they're victim of unlawful death, wait, once again, they're not. What are they the victim of? People are going to say, oh, you're blaming those kids. You're blaming the victim. They're the ones who are dead. No, I'm blaming 3 criminals for breaking into a home and getting fucked up. I'm sorry. Why does this society decide that a 16, a 16, and a 15-year-old are suddenly the victims? It's like that video that I showed on Monday of talking about the guy who fucked up 5 women who were attacking his wife. I have always told my kids, just so you're aware, if I'm picking you up from school and I see you get jumped, I'm going to jump in. I'm going to jump in. If I see you get jumped, I'm going to jump in, make sure you get back on your own 2 feet, and then figure out what the problem is. But if I see you start the fight, I'm not jumping in to protect you until they hit you when you're on the ground. Then I'll step and stand over you and say, you knocked her down. That's it. It's done. It's over. You win. But people that are like, if your daughter was getting jumped, you would beat the shit out of school-age kids. Yeah, they're going to get tucked in for a pavement now. Because I'm going to step in, I'm going to say enough. And then the kids are either going to make the decision that my putting my hand up and saying enough is enough, or they're going to, now it's not me beating the fuck out of kids because they're attacking my daughter. That's me beating the fuck out of kids because they chose to attack me. If my kid was wrong, I'm going to tell the cops my kid was wrong and process her. Because if I have gone so far off the fucking path of good parenting that my kid is running around being a thug, then my kid needs to find out. My kid needs the business. And guess what? When my father told me that, that was the driving factor for changing my behavior. When my dad, I didn't learn about the word enabler till later in my life, in my studies. But my dad said, if I bail you out of all of your problems, I'm a bad parent. Reminds me of that video where a father finds his two drunk daughter were driving with his baby son. Take her to jail. Yeah, take her to jail. She needs to go to jail. Take her out, take jail. Well, what about the other one? The other one's drunk in public and she's a minor. Take her ass to jail too. I give that father mad props. Now, I give that father mad props for this scenario, but now we're going to go up a level and look at how the fuck did this go so wrong. Sometimes kids, my mom was a saint. I don't give a fuck what you say. My mom was a saint. My mom was amazing. I did a lot of shit. I got away with a lot of shit. Right? I got away with a lot of shit that my mom didn't know about. Because my dad had 4 kids, and then me. My mom only had me. Right? My dad caught everything. So trying to get away with anything with my father put me in a fucking sneaky category well above what my mom was. It's those darn peers. A lot of kids listen to their peers over their parents. But, come on, buddy, you are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. Here's what I want to say, right? If the kids are listening to their peers rather than their parents, I want to go up a level and to see how well the parents did. Most kids defy their parents because that's, and I don't want to make an excuse for them, but that is a natural part of growing up. It is the natural part of finding autonomy. It is the natural part of adolescent development. The problem is the strictest parents very often produce the most rebellious children because you've got them wound so tight their whole life that the moment they get any freedom, they go off the fucking reservation. They're fucking gone. You gotta have boundaries, but you gotta have safe, healthy boundaries. Like, obviously, as a parent, you have red lines. Don't fucking touch the red line. Don't get anywhere near the red line. And then inside of that red line, you got to have a yellow line. And then inside of that yellow line, you got to have a green line. If your kids stay inside of this area all the time, that's not good. A lot of people say, oh, that's good. If your kid, no, that's not good. Your kid needs to fuck around a little bit to find out a little bit, right? You want your kids, the majority of your kids' education. Yeah, that's repression. You want your kids to make their mistakes in this yellow box because this yellow box is normally where the mistakes could be fixed with a cookie and a glass of milk and a Band-Aid and a pat on the head. No, you don't ever want them hitting the red lines. Red lines, as a parent, if your kid is crossing the red lines, it means you failed. You want them making yellow mistakes, right? You don't want them making red mistakes. Yeah, no red zone. You don't want them to go past the red line. Okay. So yeah, there's 2 yellow zones. You want them operating in here. When they cross over, that's where you penalize them. You're happy when they're green. You teach them in the yellow. The teaching from yellow stops red. Yes, exactly. Like, for example, I'm not ashamed to admit this. Yeah, red is ending up in jail, ending up dead, ending up jumped, ending up shot, ending up an addict, ending up an alcoholic. Now, what I will tell you is this. My family didn't do a very good job of policing the alcohol. Straight up, my family did not do a very good job of policing the alcohol. My dad got my dad is from Union, Chicago. My dad was a supervisor and then the superintendent. So, he got bottles and bottles and bottles and bottles and bottles of alcohol. Okay. My dad re-gifted all this alcohol, but we had a liquor cabinet. The right side of the liquor cabinet was the shit that my mom and dad drank. The left side of the liquor cabinet was shit my dad just had on the house to re-gift. Well, one year, we're fucking getting bottles of alcohol at the house every other day. Well, I wasn't stupid enough to steal a Christian Brothers. My dad had noticed that. But we've got more alcohol than we have room in the liquor cabinet. Well, I walked off with a bottle of Jack Daniels. They never knew. They never knew because so much booze came in a short period of time. All the cards were there. But it was just such a monumental amount of fucking alcohol. My dad lost track. My dad has the cards. He's sending cards, giving gifts, all. I never got caught. I never got caught. But 9 months later, I got caught. 9 fucking months later. It's around my birthday. My dad is talking to people, and they're like, yeah, I got your card. Thanks. I got your card. Thanks. I got your card. Thanks. They're talking, and my dad's like, wait a minute. What did you send me? He said, I sent you a bottle of Jack. I know that's what your oldest son drinks. I know that you get bottles and bottles of Christian Brothers brandy, so I didn't send you one. I sent you one to give to your son. He's like, I sent you a bottle of Jack. I sent you a bottle of Jack. There's my motherfucking father. It's September, right? This fucking guy went back to his little book, and he comes along, and I'm gaming in the basement, and I had a little bit longer hair like I do now, and I got fucking grabbed by the goddamn fucking hair and yanked over the fucking couch, and he's like, where's the bottle of Jack Daniels? And I'm like, first of all, the lie was really good because I didn't know. Like, I seriously had no idea what the fuck he's talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, he's got this fucking thing of all the I didn't know he kept a fucking book of everything he got. I didn't know that. I'm a fucking preteen. I don't know that my fucking dad keeps a book so that he knows. My dad taught me to keep a book of favors and boons and all the things people owe you. Holy fuck. He's like, I don't give a shit that it was 9 months later. Good parenting. Why? Because I got away with it for like 9 months. But you always pay the piper. I learned at that point, don't fuck around with booze. So what I didn't have the problem with, right? Yeah, the tax man cometh. What I didn't have a problem with was several years later, when I was a 16-year-old, I got to a party, right? I got to a party. And I had the hatchback with me. And I didn't know what to do. I was at this party. There was alcohol all over the place. I called my dad and I said, in 15 minutes, can you beat me so I can call you back? He's like, yeah. 15 minutes go by. I'm talking to people in the kitchen. My beeper goes off. I said, hey man, can I use your phone? He's like, yeah, go ahead. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm at Ryan's. Oh, wait, now? You need the hatchback now? Yeah, I'm here. Hold on. Who drives that big black fucking pickup truck? Yeah, can you move? I gotta go down. I gotta park on the street. My old man needs the hatchback. So my dad shows up, and there's people, and my dad's like, hey, you need to take the car home to your mother. I need to take yours. I need you to take the car home to your mother. So I got in the other car, and I drove it. We drove like 2 blocks in a gas station. We switched cars back, and then I drove home. Zero problem from my dad. Nothing. Got home, parked the car, went to bed. Next morning, I got up. My dad's like, hey. I was like, what? He's like, did you drink last night? I wouldn't have gotten behind the wheel, Dad, if I had anything to drink. He's like, then you did the right thing. You called me. I got you out of your trouble. Oh, you can always blame your parent. That's what I've told my daughters. You are in a situation that is so fucked that you need out of it, blame me. Just blame me. I don't mind being the asshole dad who shows up and yanks you out of a party. Not zero fucks. I will show up. I will yank you out. You just tell, now that we have text messaging, hey, which version of me needs to arrive? Whatever you order, I'm a fucking BK. You can have it your way. Do you need me to be irrational? Do you need me to be cool, calm, and collected? Do you want to be in trouble on the spot? What do you need? What version? Because I will always go save my kid when they're a minor. And I stomp. When they're a minor. I told you, my daughter, she's 20, going through a rough patch in life. She had all the black little liquor tops in her car. Her mom saw them. Mom told me. I said, well, I got to address it. She's like, her mom is like, I already did. Nope, because it's my car. Your name's not on it. It's my car. I need to go. I said, hey, look, just so you know, your car smells like weed. You get pulled over, you're going to get arrested. There is nothing your car smells like weed and you are not 21. If you get pulled over, you are going to fucking jail. Period. Dot. Nothing I can do to stop that. If you get pulled over, they are going to draw blood. My state, that is allowed. There is nothing I can do. You get pulled over with the black caps of the liquor bottles in your car. That is going to be the same as if you had empties in your car. You're probably not going to get penalized for it a year from now, but you're going to be paying a lawyer an awful lot of money. Well, they're not mine. Whose car are they in? Yeah, open alcohol container law. Whose car are they in? Mine. Nah, they're in my fucking car. You're not 21. You're not dragging me into this shit because I could have the cops on my doorstep contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Fuck right off with that shit. So it's real simple. Either you get rid of all the fucking black bottle caps and nobody smokes weed in this car, or I'm just taking the car back. And then you won't have a vehicle. But I'm telling you, if you get arrested, the only thing I am doing is going to the station and picking up my car. I'm not even picking you up. You figure that shit out on your own. But I'm fair to my kids. I tell them that in advance because I'm not an enabler. If you, and this is another one, the common sense that isn't common, the topic of today's show, we need to normalize common sense. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny to say a friend helps you move, a real friend helps you move bodies. It's funny to say. But the reality is this. If you are helping your friend move a body, you're not a friend, you're an enabler. You're an accessory. I've walked away from 20-year friendships because, hey man, you have a drinking problem. You need to get that shit under control. You have a spending problem. You need to get that shit under control. It's okay. No, it's not, because your wife came to me for grocery money again. Yeah, I'm not helping my friend move a body unless it's a body we both wanted dead. Right. Then I had the same idea. You just showed more initiative than me. You rolled higher on the initiative roll. But I've gone to people and said, hey man, you're fucking out of control. Like, I had a really, really good friend. She was a master sergeant. I was a tech. She was a master. Really, really good friend. I got my commission. Like two months after I got my commission, she messaged me at my new base and says, will you write my husband a letter of recommendation? And I simply responded with, Master Sergeant, no, I will not, period. If you would like to discuss this further, please contact me at my personal email address, which I know you have. Sincerely, Lieutenant. She messaged me on my personal email. I don't understand why you won't write a letter for my husband. Because your husband is a known adulterer. And the only reason why I haven't reported it is because the times you told me about it, I was a reservist and I was not on orders. But now, I'm active duty and you're asking me to write a letter. I am not putting my name on a letter of recommendation for a shitbag. He got his commission. Then he got caught having another affair. And then he went to jail because adultery is against the law in the military. don't ask me to write a letter of recommendation for somebody who I despise. You're pregnant and he's cheating on you. You're pregnant and he's getting his dick wet somewhere else instead of being at home helping you mind the other two. That's not a good friend. That's an enabler. Stop being enablers. No, they're not still together. He went to jail. Let's see, what else did I pull for today? We dealt with that one. If you woke up a billionaire tomorrow, what's the first thing you'd do? I like when people ask this question. If I woke up a billionaire tomorrow, what's the first thing I would do? I would buy a big tract of land. I'd build a wall around it, and I'd build a society inside of it. And then I'd open up an MMO studio. Renovate every VFW across the US. No, I wouldn't renovate every VFW across the US. I would create a space for people to live in. That's what I would do. Let's see.
My real solution is a test, and any.
That's called a cult. No, that's not called a cult. If you're gonna pop off and use words you don't understand, that's not called a cult. It could also be a commune. It could also be a private society. It could also be a gated community. You see how, interestingly enough, there's a lot of words. I thank you for chiming in, because chiming in right there proved exactly the point. In order for it to be a cult, there has to be an overlying ideology. He'd buy an island and hold sex parties. Still not a cult. A cult requires ideology. I joined the cult of Jalan. When is the ceremony? See, and there you go. Even if it was a cult, there are some people who would follow me. Technically, then, if we're going to say that's a cult, then the military's a cult. The Marine Corps, Uncle Sam's Misguided Children, you're on your own. Let's see. This is where we need to re-educate some parents. This whole parent where, no, we're not going to wear robes and then dance naked. Oh, or dance naked okay, or. Well, yeah, there's going to be naked dancing. You think a Jalan house, a Jalan club isn't going to, or a Jalan tract of land isn't going to have a strip club? Come on. Sex is the original, or prostitution is the original profession. This is where I see some parents talking about, you have to tell your kid not to fight back, right?
Let
me restart this, because this little guy isn't the face of the big guy.
Garbage it goes. Wow, this is getting sad, bro. You guys just keep recording. Keep recording. Look at that. Who's that in the background?
Come here.
That kid's probably got a broken bone in his leg. That kid probably has a broken bone in his leg. Probably broke his ankle. Is the way his ankle came down on that planter. Justified and deserved. You know what else is justified and deserved? All the kids standing around there get fucked. This almost looks like a teacher. Right? I love to see, I love to fucking see it. I love to fucking see it. Little dog barked, right? Wasn't ready for the bite. It's amazing. I love to see it. I love to see it. He stop. You punched me in the face. I've asked you to stop. I blocked the second attack. The third one, I'm gonna fuck your day up. Yeah. I asked you to stop. I stopped you, and then I made you stop. Love to fucking see it. But here's the thing. Half of the people who were commenting on that video. Yeah. And he correctly walked away after neutralizing the threat. Odds are that the last person who acts like that. No, the problem is, here's where the problem is. The parents of the little scrawny fucking kid are going to be up in arms if that kid's ankle is broken. Which is why schools need to be like, what the fuck? Why do schools have different sets of rules than the laws? This is where I tell people, right? You've got to watch what happened. You got to watch everything that happens. Because you need to understand your kid is the fucking problem. Yeah, he'll just get more clever about whom he messes with. Yeah, the parents did try to sue. If I remember correctly, the parents of the smaller kid, who, I think his leg got broken or his ankle was broken. And the parents tried to sue. No, your son is the aggressor. But as I always say, the moment they are on the ground, you stop. And the bigger kid does. The bigger kid does. The bigger kid puts them on the ground and then walks away. Back your shit down, or I'm going to back your shit down. This is where some people, they're like, a lot of people on the internet are tough guys. I'm not an internet tough guy. If I can go the rest of my life without ever being in another physical altercation, that's my desired end state. This is why you can't click on my Twitch notifications. You get sucked in like a middle-aged woman watching The View. If I can go the rest of my life and never have a physical altercation with somebody, that is my ideal end state. However, Jordan Peterson is absolutely right. Jordan Peterson is that a harmless man is not a good man because a harmless man can't do anything. A good man is a violent man who has it willingly under control because when needed, he can do something. Punching in the face is bordering on lethal force. Of course, not him, a scrawny like that, but to return with proportional force. I believe the bigger kid did respond with proportional force. You've already hit me, you're mocking me, you've tried to hit me a second time, you've tried to hit me a third time. I put you on the ground. You got up. If you had walked up and hit the kid again, he would have been justified to put him on the ground again. The bigger kid didn't get on the ground, didn't front face mount him, didn't beat his fucking head into the ground. It's justifiable in my opinion. The parents of the little kid need to teach their little shit of a kid, keep your fucking dick beaters to yourself. Peaceful men are not incapable of violence. That's a weak man. Peaceful men are capable of great violence and choose not to employ it. Right. And he's surrounded by others siding with the aggressor. Right. So I downloaded that one. Why did I download this one?
Listen, I would have been on Carmelo Anthony's side had he used these instead of a knife. Now, he was where he wasn't supposed to be, and he was asked 15 times to leave. He should have just left. But Austin did not have the legal right to put his hands on him, which gave Carmelo the right to defend himself to a certain point. You'll need to understand things like proportionality of force. You can't use deadly force against somebody just because they give you a little pussy shove. Pulling a weapon if somebody goes, to you, doesn't just make you a bitch, it's also illegal.
I love that guy. He's an ex-con. He's an ex-con. He makes TikTok videos. I think he is a great example because this is a guy that boosted cars, got into violence, got into fights. Now he works on ensuring that child molesters are properly accounted for and arrested and removed from society. But it's like I tell people, we have gotten to a point where our society is saying there's nothing wrong with Carmelo Anthony stabbing Austin Metcalf because the knife was legal. This is why in senior year of high school, you should have a class called Common Sense. Today's topic is the Carmelo Anthony stabbing. You may not use one of these if somebody shoves you. You may only use one of those if, one, they have one of those, or a bat, or a pipe, or number two, there's 4 of you. 4 people jump me. A knife or a blade, an edged weapon is coming out of somewhere on my person. But that doesn't mean I walk around hoping to get into a physical altercation. Can you imagine how chaotic the criminal world would be if professional criminals didn't have the strength of character to be able to walk away from a minor altercation? Right. We would have fucking anarchy and chaos in the street. We would never get anything done. Different topic.
So as prices...
The housing market right now. Everybody talks about the housing market, how bad the housing market is. People don't like me. Some poor people don't like me when I say, look, I understand your situation, but if everybody that wanted to own a house right now all got a mortgage to buy a house right now, you would pay too much for the house. The solution to the housing crisis isn't making mortgages more affordable. The solution to the housing crisis is to get people to understand a 700 or 800 square foot home is a good starter home. But people are trying to buy 3,000 square foot homes as entry-level homes. And because they want that, that's what the builders are building. Hell's Angel walks into a pub, I don't fear him. I fear what idiots do to provoke him for no reason. Yes, absolutely. 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 So the housing market, this is a really good explanation about what's going on with the market and why a lot of houses aren't selling.
So as prices are falling right now, I'm finding it increasingly more difficult to find a seller who's willing to sell their property for what the market price is. So the market right now, again, we've been through this a couple times, but the bid to ask spread is widening. What a seller wants and what a buyer wants to pay, that spread has widened again. And a very common issue right now is a lot of the listings that my buyers are writing offers on, the seller cannot sell the property at the market value or slightly below them. You know, we're trying to get a deal too, but roughly that should be the price that it should sell for, and the sellers can't take it. Why can't they take it? Because they wouldn't be able to close the sale. All the equity's gone. They have no other cash to close this sale, so they literally can't sell it. We are seeing way more foreclosures right now, and when I'm seeing this in the market, it tells me there's going to be even more next year. You know, I'm pulling the title on these properties. There's 2 or 3 mortgages on them. They paid $600,000 in 2023. It's worth around $5. You know, so it's basically lick your wounds now, or the bank takes it later.
So that right there. You said you think that we just need to build more houses. We don't build anything in this country anymore. We build, what are you talking about? We build fuck tons of homes. We build fuck tons of homes. The problem is we're built, like, in my town right now, we're building yet another subdivision. My house is 3,000 square feet. My house is fucking huge. My house is almost bordering on obscenely huge. We have a loft area that is just filled with junk. It's not even usable square footage space because we have too much shit. The problem is people are trying to buy a 3,000 square foot home as their first home. Now, I'm a little bit of an exception to the rule because 3,000 total, all levels. 3,000 square feet between the 2 levels. And then I've got about 1/4 of an acre plot, so I have a fairly large backyard. Relatively speaking, I mean, it's not as big as my backyard from when I was a kid. We had a full 1/4 acre just of trees, and then the backyard around the house. But where the problem is, building more homes is the answer if we build the right homes. I'm bi-level. I don't want to live on another tri-level. I hate tri-level homes. They piss me off. Because then they end up having like fucking vaulted ceilings and you're like, why? The problem here is people are mad that they can't afford the house that they grew up in as a kid. But your parents bought that home 20 years prior or more if you have older siblings. So your parents' house has 20 plus years of appreciation on it. Houses appreciate radically different than all other assets. How did my second comment show right after the first when there were 3 other people commenting between them? Are you able to drag and drop them? No, I'm not. It's just how Restream grabs them now that we're able to restream. You walked through a home last month. Seller wanted 2.4. I told them 1.7. They came back a month later trying to accept my offer. Right. The problem is we have people that are trying to buy stuff that they don't understand. What we need in neighborhoods. This neighborhood is 20 years old. So it has a couple. Like there's a bunch of 2-level homes, and then there's a single floor ranch. Like a 3-bedroom single floor ranch. And then there's a couple of more, and then there'll be like a 4-pack of ranches. It breaks up the silhouette of the neighborhood. But the problem is the 3-bedroom ranches are only going for about $30,000 less than the 4-bedroom 2 levels. When I bought my first house, I was a corporate executive, and I had just gotten a 8-figure commission check. So I bought a nice house, and for a little bit of time, what happened was I had a 5-bedroom house with an in-law suite in the basement and a pool house and a big pool. I actually lived in the in-law suite, and 5 friends lived in the 5 bedrooms above. And they all were paying rent. So they were basically paying rent while they were in school, because we were like 4 minutes from the university by foot. You like walked up a path, and then you were on the university property. Of course, you had about another 10-minute walk to the buildings. But then they loved it because I had this nice pool deck area. So they had friends over from college all the time. But years later, they realized, they're like, hey man, I bought your house for you. Yeah, you did. You were paying $300 a month rent to live in a really nice, and this is 26 years ago. You were paying $300 a month rent. There were 5 of you, were $1,500 a month. Yeah. My mortgage was only $1,200 a month. So just between you all, you were putting $300 more a month into the mortgage than I was. And then I was paying the whole mortgage myself every month. So yeah, you absolutely fucking bought my house for me. And they were mad. We were sitting around. We were fucking dinner, like a catch-up dinner. And they were all mad. They're like, well, you got a bunch of equity out of the house on our dollar. So did you have to fucking rent a shitty apartment? No. Did you have to share a fucking community pool with like 75 other college students? No. Then what's your bitch? You lived in a house. You lived in a house with a pool. You got your money's worth. That's what people don't understand. They get mad about landlords. We should just build more apartments. No, we need to stop building apartments. We need to stop building apartments. Apartments are the fucking problem. Apartments are, you're paying for somebody else to own the building. I'd say 30 years ago, the average house size was 1,300 square feet. I don't think so. Let's do, the U.S. average home size in 1996 was 1,600 square feet, with a median home price of $140,000. The problem we have is building more apartments worsens the problem. We need to build smaller homes. We need to get people out of apartments. Time to start making bungalows again. Yeah, small homes with yards. Yeah. Well, there's only so much real estate. Apartment buildings in high population areas are just going to be a fact of life. Right. But what you've done is you've taken a very specific situation, which I respect, because urban politics, big fan of urban politics, big plan of urban planning, city planning, civil engineering. You are absolutely 100% correct that in some places, apartment buildings are the only solution. Downtown metropolis. Absolutely. Here's the problem. People are paying for convenience. My first apartment, I've lived in 2 apartments, technically. My first apartment was Lake Point Tower on Lakeshore Drive, right by Navy Pier. Company apartment. I needed to live downtown because I was in marketing. Almost every single night of the week, I was out with clients until 10, 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. If I'm being done with clients at 1 o'clock in the morning, I can't drive an hour out of town to 2 to sleep and then be back at work at 7 or 8. I never technically lived in the barracks outside of basic training. I lived in dorms. I guess my year in the dorms could count as living in an apartment. Sure. I guess we could go that route. That would be fair. What the fuck? But most people that are living in apartments in cities should be commuting an hour. They're paying rent, getting nothing for their equity. And if they would just travel an hour down the expressway and deal with the rat race, they would either get a nicer apartment for less or they could get a mortgage. I think the wealth disparity is subjective. You could literally mix sugar and water, put it in bottles today, and sell that shit on Amazon. Instant 10K a month idea. Not exactly, but you're close. Couldn't do sugar and water on Amazon because to sell beverage products, you need to be FDA certified. But you could be on Etsy making water bottles with a cricket. Most people can't afford a brand new SUV either, but guess what people are buying themselves into debt for? People are buying fucking $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 vehicles, and then they wonder why they have 19 to 26% interest rates. Look, you should never buy a new vehicle, period. But people don't want to hear that. You should not buy a brand new vehicle, period. You bought your brand new vehicle, it was $50,000. You get in it the moment the sale is over. You put it in drive. You put it on the street. You just lost $5,000. No, even if you have the money, you should never buy a new vehicle. You should never buy a new vehicle. Buy a dealer vehicle. Buy a vehicle from a car rental company that has about 10,000 miles on it, and they're just getting rid of it because it's an older model. Get it from a car service who's getting rid of because car services refresh their vehicles almost every year. There's lots of ways to get a good affordable vehicle. Go to CarMax. I avoid Carvana, right? You got a great deal on a 2016 Ford Escape in 2017 for $12K. Cars are the one thing I won't buy used. I don't like other people's ass, sweat, and farts in my seats. And that's fine. You have a picadillo. You have a reason that you don't want a used car. And that's fine. Absolutely fine. The average person doesn't have enough disposable income to be bougie. By the way, I want to let you know also, you already have other people's ass, sweat, and rip ass in your seats. That's the people that have moved the cars around. How about doing a lease with 0 down if you can find it and then buying out the vehicle at the end of the lease? Okay. So what I'm going to say is this. God damn it. I know. Sorry. How about doing a lease with 0 down? Getting a lease with 0 down on a new car is the same as buying a new car. Because you have the sticker price of the vehicle, and if you buy it at the end of the lease, you still bought a brand new car. You don't save any money there. Now, where you have where you have some advantage there, right, is, but you made smaller payments, right? But remember, at the end of the lease, okay, so the vehicle's $30,000, right? The vehicle's $30,000, and you're paying $300 a month on the lease, right? So in 36 months, you've paid $10,008 for the vehicle. If you want to buy that vehicle, you suddenly don't magic a savings. You leased it. Yeah, you pay less per month, but you do pay longer, right? But here's the thing. Rich people ask how much. Poor people ask how much today. If all you're doing is kicking the can down the street for 3 years, then what you're doing is two things. You're kicking the you're giving yourself a bill tomorrow for the hamburger you ate today. And number two, you're fucking up your debt to income ratio, because remember, in 3 years from now, you owe $19,000 if you want to buy the vehicle out. When you go to get a mortgage, guess what? The underwriter sees that lease. The underwriter has access to the terms of the lease. They know it's there. Yeah, this is the US Congress's problem. It's future ours problem. I'm not saying that there's never a time and a place and a space. Yeah, you're hoping you're more financially stable in 3 years and not less. Exactly. It's kind of like there is some value to what you're talking about. It's the same reason why I tell people, whenever you're going to get a mortgage, a pre-financing for a mortgage, make them do two, because you only take the one credit hit. Have them do a 15 and a 30-year lease, or I'm sorry, a 15 and a 30-year mortgage calculation, and then take the 30. Why? You take the 15-year mortgage, and they tell you that your payment is going to be $23.78 a month. You take the 30-year mortgage, and they tell you that your payment's going to be $18.96 a month. You take the 30-year mortgage, but you pay $2,400 a month. Why? Yeah, you take the 30, you pay it as if it's the 15, rounding to the next 100. Why? Because if you run into a situation, you know that you can always make this. But like my friends that work in automobile manufacturing, right around the start of the year, they don't consistently get 40 hours a week. Well, they know that with their minimum guaranteed contract hours, they can afford the $18.96. But in the lean months, they might not be able to make the $2,400. So what they do is in the lean months, they pay the $18.96. When money starts to flow again, they go back to paying $2,400, and then they might pay a little bit more to help take the bites back out. You never want to take the 15-year mortgage. And all these fucking people are going to tell you this shit like, oh, if you take the 15-year mortgage, you're going to save all this money. Yeah, but you're also stuck. Sure, your interest rate might be higher on the 30-year mortgage, but it doesn't fucking matter if you're making the $2,400 a month payments, because you're gobbling the shit out of your back end months. I wish that, but you do get the higher 30-year interest rate. Not necessarily bad, as it's a tax write-off if you itemize your taxes. You want to find some really fucking rich ass old dude? Find out who paid off their mortgage early. Only take the 15 if you can pay it as you're paying it if in 10. Right, exactly. The other thing that they don't teach kids, you take a 30-year mortgage, right? You take a 30-year mortgage, you have 360 mortgage payments, minus sometimes 2. So you get 358 mortgage payments, depending on the grace, however they do, but you have to bring the closing. I don't want to focus on that piece. I understand that there are differences. But what people think is when they get a mortgage, that they get one loan of 360 payments. And nothing could be further for the truth than this, because you get 360 loans on the day one. People can't understand. And all these fucking investment people that want you to keep your mortgage longer making TikToks, they can suck a dick because they're radically misleading people. Welcome to compounding interest. So if your mortgage payment, let's just say your mortgage payment is $1,000 a month. When you pay $1,500, right? This 360th loan, right? The second time you've paid $1,500 in a month, you've eliminated a second month that month. The first month they pay $1,500. The second month they pay $1,500. So I've paid 1, 2, 3. I now only have 357 loans left. I do it again, 15, 15. I paid off another one. You're eating the candle at both ends. The thing is that also because mortgages are not pay interest as you use it, mortgages are, this is the size of the loan with all the interest payments. When you're applying additional principal early on in the mortgage, what you're doing is you're taking away 30 years of interest on that one loan. Now, some people teach you these bullshit techniques of make a payment every 2 weeks. No, don't fucking do that. Don't fucking do that. Why? Because you have to read the actual terms of your mortgage. If you make a payment every 2 weeks, they may not process the payment until enough to pay one payment is contributed. So you get your mortgage is $500. You're giving them $500 every 2 weeks. You think you're solving anything. Your mortgage broker may not be applying that $500 until they get the next $500. Also, early payoff penalties exist as well. Now, most Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac mortgages are not allowed to have early payoff penalties, but a lot of car loans do. That is the question everybody should have burned to the inside of their eyelids. Yeah, early payoffs are illegal in a lot of cases, in a lot of states, but in some states, they still exist. Is there an early payoff penalty? If the answer isn't immediately no, because that's a one-word answer question. Is there an early payoff penalty? No. Cool. Well, you see the way to stop. Then the answer is yes. Because it's either no or some bullshit that you're trying to sell me on. And I'm not interested in your bullshit. But this is where the Fight Club example where he's talking to his dad on the phone or telling the story about talking to his dad. What do I do? Go to school. I graduated. I called my dad again. What do I do? Get a job. So I got a job. I called my dad. What do I do? Get married. I got married. I called my dad. What do I do? Have kids. Called my dad. I had the kids. What do I do? How the fuck should I know? We're doling out fucking answers to people 1 pence at a time. We need to give them the whole pound. Some of you, 1 dime at a time, we need to give them the whole dollar. When I bought my truck, I financed it through the dealership so we would knock $2,000 off the price. Then went home, called the finance company, and paid it off. Yep. I outright say to them, I outright say to the financing guy, how long do I have to keep the loan for you to get your kickback? And we don't get kickbacks. Okay, how long do I have to keep the loan for you to get whatever incentive you're going to get to offer me to take loan A rather than loan B? And if you don't give me a straight answer, you're just not going to sell a car right now. I need you to hold the loan for 6 months. Okay. So how much are you going to take off the car for me to finance it with them? $2,000. Cool. Let's do that. So he takes off the $2,000. As soon as I drive away with it, fuck them. I'm not keeping it for 6 months. If you need to increase your credit, you only need to carry the loan for 1 month. Don't believe them when they say you got to carry the loan for 6 to 9 months for it to improve your credit. No, the fuck you do not. After 1 month, it gets reported to the credit agencies. If you pay it off after 1 month, it helps your credit. Doesn't help your credit as much as if you make 6 months of regular payments, but it still helps your credit. If you really need to improve your credit and you're doing it with a car loan, pay off 90% of the fucking balance. 85, 88% of the balance, whatever it works out to be, so that you drop your per diem on the interest from $5 a day to 20 cents. Some financing companies will literally contact you and ask you just to pay the rest off because they're losing money servicing a loan for 20 cents a day interest. You don't mind fucking over car dealerships? They're fucking you even when they seem like they're not. Yeah. I went to a car dealership, asked them about a repair to my vehicle because the mechanic shop I use can't get the part. They told me, yeah, it's a $300 part. And I knew they were going to bullshit me. I already had their pricing. This is what you pay for it. It's not a $300 part. It's a $57 part. Why the fuck are you marking that part up 5 times? And the guy's hemming and hawing and tripping over his dick. And I'm like, what I'm going to tell you is that I will not only never recommend your car dealership, every week when I brief people, I will adamantly say, if I was buying a car, I would not go to this auto group. This guy lost his fucking shit because he owns 20 car dealerships just off of the base, and I used to brief the new arrivals. You can't do that. Oh, yes, the fuck I can. If I was going to be buying a new car, I would not go to this dealership. Why? I can't get into that because that would be imposing my personal opinion. But I'm just going to say I wouldn't go there. Well, where would you go? I can't tell you that because that would be endorsing somebody. I'm not allowed to do that. I'm just saying I wouldn't go here. Oh, imagine that. My $300 part was suddenly the normal price. And because he was wrong, he's going to have his guys install it for free. No. Why? Because I don't trust you under my car now. Yo, it's your sister by a Subaru. The guy brought it out, the contract. I'm looking at it for like, why is the navigation mandatory for 6 months? He's like, that's the company. He backtracked us with little sitting speaker on hold with the Subaru for after 30 seconds. Yeah. All that other bullshit. Also, if you're buying a new car, they're going to try to offer you 5 years of oil changes. Fuck all that shit. Don't ever buy the 5 years of oil changes. Why? It saves you money in the long term because, no, it doesn't, because now I'm stuck bringing my car here for the next 5 years. Most of the time when people buy the 5 years of oil changes, industry says most people get 3 oil changes and then start going somewhere it's more convenient. You call them for the oil change, they never have a morning appointment for you. Why? They don't make any money on you. They already got the money from you. They don't want to take up a premium spot with you. Yeah, I'm just that much of a petty bitch that I will spend $1,000 to fuck with you because you tried to rip me off for $500. Yep. Carthos can tell you. I can tell you Carthos is a petty bitch. Carthos can tell you I'm a petty bitch. Because, and again, the title of today's show is We Need to Normalize Common Sense. Being petty is bad, but it's good in a world that we're all being fucked over by capitalism. Not that I want to live in socialism. Not that I want to live in communism. I don't want to live in those versions of society, those economic models. I want to live in a state-regulated capitalistic society with social safety nets. I don't want to live in socialism where they come along and say, you'd be a good teacher, but I don't want to be a teacher. From each according to their ability to each according to their need. You would be a good teacher. We need a teacher. You're going to go be a teacher. But I like being a technician. Well, this is socialism. Individual choice is secondary to the needs of the whole. That's the piece about socialism and communism that people don't grasp. I'll give you another one. Because everybody keeps talking about, we need to be socialism, we need to be communism. Okay, so in the military, if you're familiar with the bathtubs, if any of you have ever been in Manning, you're going to talk about the bathtubs. The bathtub is how many people we need to have here in order to ensure at this point we have this many people. If we need more people, then we don't put as many into the bath. We don't separate them. We don't cross-train them. We don't let them separate. We recruit more of them. In a socialism society or a capitalism society, this year we need 8 doctors. And we know the failure rate is 50%. So only 16 doctors get to go to medical school this year. But you have 30 kids that want to be doctors. Well, number 1 through number 16 get to be doctors, assuming that none of them have a higher aptitude for another need of society. So now here's the problem. This year you need 8 doctors, 50% fail rate, so we're going to let 16 kids go to med school. The next year, you only need 2 doctors, same 50%, so only 4 kids go to med school. Then, at a doctor's conference, there's a fire and 30 doctors die. So the next year, we need 30 doctors, but we only have 54 kids that meet the minimum qualifications to go to medical school. Oh, well, we can just go 1 year above, and no, we can't, because those people have already been assigned other jobs for the good of the state. This is the problem with socialism. This is the problem with communism. You need people on top that can oversee the next 50 years, and you have to trust that, number 1, they're moral, and number 2, that nothing ever goes wrong. Well, why don't they just have spare doctors? What do you mean? What's a spare doctor? What do you mean? Well, why don't you have extras? Because from each according to their ability to each according to their need, society can't function. A socialism society can't function if we have people sitting around doing nothing on the off chance. You have to trust that they're moral. Yeah, you can bend that whole idea right there. I've said this, it offended my kids. I don't give a shit that it offended my kids. If I was named king of the Western world, I truly believe I would clean up the Western world. I don't think anything on this list, right? I don't think anything in the yellow column is radical. I think everything in the yellow column is common sense. The problem is I've said this and I will constantly say it. None of my children should be named as my heir. There should be none of my 5 daughters as the heir apparent going to be queen when I die. None of them. Fucking none of them. That's a hard thing to say as a parent. My family's not like the Windsors, where you've had the Queen, you have Charles, you have William, and you have George. And you're like, okay, we've got about the next 100 years of the monarchy ready to go. No, my family's not like that. My youngest has... I didn't know they made this model. I didn't know that humans came with this feature. My youngest child has less of a tolerance for stupidity than I do. I thought I was set at the lowest possible threshold for stupidity. Oh no. My 13-year-old is like, hold my root beer. In practice, they have 6 people doing one person's job so they can keep employment numbers up. Why not just do that with doctors? That is a great question. This is also why many companies who run Kanban systems can't adapt to any changes in the resources they rely on. Yes. College professor said socialism is a perfect system until you account for the human factor. Yes. Exactly. Why can't they do that with doctors? Here's the problem. It takes approximately 4 years of undergrad, 3 years of med school, and anywhere between 3 and 5 years of residency to get a doctor. So you've got a guaranteed 7 plus 3 for 10 and 5 for 12, depending on the doctor, what they're going to do. And then there might even be, and to be completely honest, there's another level here and another level here where that's why it's 3 to 5. Some medical schools no longer have that 2-year internship before their residency. Some have 2 years and then 3 years and it rolls in. Some places are trying to streamline getting doctors out of that 5 years of almost consistent residency. Some medical schools still require them to do that year-long touch everything and figure out what you're going to do. So they're like doing this internship while they're in the last parts of their medical. So again, why the fuck don't we have standardized medicine with standardized policing and standardized nursing and standardized teaching? Yeah, then you have to be practicing, then the attending. Right. You've got all these levels. And then if you're going to be a specialist, right? If you're going to be a specialist, then you do 3 years of internship residency and then more school and then more internship and residency. So it takes 12 to 17 years to produce a doctor. Well, they want to be paid. They want to be paid. Yeah, hospitals are at the mercy of the insurance companies and the state after all the bullshit with the Affordable Care Act. Some doctors take Medicaid, and Carthos will back me up on this. Some doctors take every government way to make money, knowing full well that their waiting room is going to be full. Because then they know people are going to cancel appointments and then they're going to be able to bill the customer. And some doctors' offices make their money, their profit, on the no-show fees. That's where they're actually winning. Because they can bill out for the no-shows. What I think is absolutely stupid, what's just absolutely fucking donkey balls ridiculous. If it costs $100 to see this doctor, and I don't want to talk about whether or not it should cost $100 to see the doctor, because that's a whole completely different discussion. It's a valid discussion. It's just not the one I want to have right now. If it costs $100 to see this doctor, then all 4 of these patients should pay $100, or their insurance plus their copay should equal $100. But when you have one insurance company when it's 75, one where it's 62, one where it's 110, and one where it's 150, right? Does anybody know or want to take a wild stab as to which insurance company the patient has gets all of the acute appointments? And does anybody want to guess which insurance company the person has where they find out they can't go into certain slots? Because I know for a fact doctors' offices have early morning acute appointments that are coded MC, Medicare. Let me see. Mr. Jalan, I see your insurance. Oh, we can see you today at 1 o'clock. Why? Because they're going to get paid. This person calls in. Mr. Smith, oh, I see you have Medicare. I'm sorry, you have Medicaid. What's today? And it's always weird because the fucking person scheduling the appointment will be like, what's today? Bitch, what the fuck does it matter what today is? But they'll be like, what's today? Oh, today is Wednesday? Yeah, doctor can see you Monday at, what time is it? It's 12:55. Doctor can see you at 11:45 on Monday. Why is she saying all these things out loud? Because the contract agreement says you'll be seen within 5 days, 5 business days. That's why they need to know the time and the day. What day is it? So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday. Yeah, I got to get you in. Monday. Oh, shit. No, I can get you in Tuesday at 8:30. But if this person calls, they can see you today at 1 o'clock. Well, why can't this person get the 1 o'clock appointment? Because number one, the 1 o'clock appointment doesn't exist. It's already booked. They're going to have the doctor. The doctor will double up. My daughter has a neurology appointment. She got the neurology appointment in February. She was supposed to be seen tomorrow. When they called her fucking on Tuesday, they told her, we're going to have to reschedule you because you're in the wrong type of appointment slot. Bitches of the sea, the appointment was made in February and you made the fucking appointment. We need UBI. No, we do not. UBI, totally useless fucking idea. Totally useless idea. We already have UBI. It's called minimum wage. Let me know how well that's working out. You want to know what an MRI costs? Why an MRI costs $15K? It's because your insurance only pays 50%. So the hospital charges $15K so they can get $7,500. And the cost of operating the MID and MRI, the doc, is $3,000. The rest goes into paying the billing department. Yep. Talk about it all the time. If insurance companies paid 100%, all the prices would be lower. If everything was the cash price and that's what the insurance companies had to pay. Now, why am I against universal basic income? Here's why I'm against universal basic income. Universal basic income is a bullshit solution to a real problem. I agree with universal healthcare. Nobody should go broke for medical treatment. But universal healthcare should only be for non-preventable items. As you guys have seen, it's a little embarrassing to say, but in order for the benefit of people, you've seen my face be narrow. You've seen my face be big. You've seen me be wide. You've seen me be narrow. Right? I suffer from clinical depression. There are times where when I'm sad, I cut myself another slice of cheesecake. Some of my health problems are my own fault, are my own doing. Some of my health problems are my own doing. But when my doctor tells me to correct an issue, I correct it. Now, minimum wage and UBI are different though. No, they're not. Let me tell you, UBI and minimum wage aren't different. They're not different at all. Because what happens when you have a job and you lose it? You get unemployment. You get paid. Why shouldn't a healthy person have to work? Where does UBI come from? It comes from taxpayers. This is an honest question. Why should the lazy get a freebie? Because remember, you have able-bodied workforce, and then you have sick, lame, and lazy. The lame get taken care of by Social Security disability. Not always perfectly, but they get taken care of. The sick get taken care of by Social Security disability. Again, not always perfectly. There's room for improvement in that silo. Sick, lame, and lazy. Why should the lazy get anything? That is called charity. UBI is called charity. I don't want to have less, so somebody who doesn't want to work can have any. Well, UBI would include everybody, not just people who don't work. Right, but the problem is I'm already making $100,000, so now you're going to give me $131,000 too? And then what are you going to do to that $31,000 too? Because that's the poverty line. You're going to tax me on it. Why? Now, if our government was run like some of the European countries with oil reserves, and it's not being paid out of taxes, it's being paid for by the government because the government has their own source of income, I'd 100% agree with it. But until the US changes how we would provide UBI, fuck them. Fuck them. I'm sorry, but fuck them. Norway tax fund. Yeah. Strategic oil reserve tax funds. The government says we own the oil, we sell the oil, we take the profits from that oil to make sure everyone is taken care of. I love that fucking idea. I think that idea is fucking great. I think that idea is fucking amazing. Yeah, the US government should own the oil extraction. I love that fucking thing. You're glad he added another slice of cheesecake. Yeah, when I'm upset, I cut myself. Another slice of cheesecake. I am 100% for taking care of people. Those ideas don't make the rich rich, though. As I say on this show all the time, we've got to stop attacking the rich people because the rich people being rich in no way justifies why you don't have. We've got to stop that. See, throughout all of human history, we've had rich people. We've always had rich people. We've always had them. We had pharaohs, we had kings, we had emperors, we had nobles, we have presidents. There are always going to be rich people and there are always going to be poor people. That's always how it's always going to be. Utopia doesn't work. US government wants to own everyone's oil extraction. Yes, that's a big problem. The US wants to own all the oil. Norway oil fund is currently sitting about 2.3 trillion. Right, and you have a small country. So 2.3 trillion will last a long time. The problem is, what do we give everybody as universal? A long time ago in a land far away, money was tight. A long time ago in a land far away, my daughter needed jeans. And I said to my daughter, I said, if you need jeans right now, you will have to get jeans from Walmart. And she said, why? Because I fucking said so, that's why. Because you have a need, and I am the state, and the state only has X amount of money. And right now, if you need jeans, those jeans need to come from Walmart. And my daughter wanted to go all around the mulberry bush about why she wasn't going to wear Walmart jeans. And I'm sitting there at the table with my wife and my kids, and she's like, I need jeans. I was like, okay, you're going to have to get jeans from Walmart. Because I can get you 2 pairs of jeans from Walmart with the disposable income I have right now, and that disposable income doesn't even buy 1 pair of jeans from the mall. So if you need jeans right now, they're going to have to be from Walmart. We went all the way around the mulberry bush, and I said, you know what? I'm done having this conversation. I guess you're going to be walking your bare ass out of my house. I guess you're going to school in fucking underwear. Because you have a need, and I'm willing to meet that need. I'm not willing to meet the want. I can't meet the want because of how things are going. There were other bills. There were other expenses. That's when she turns around and she said, well, you can put it on your credit card. No, motherfucker, I ain't paying 12.3% interest on a pair of jeans. You can wait until the next pension check comes in because there's a delay between... I didn't ask to get retired in September. There was a delay on my first pension check. So the first month of my retirement, I didn't get I got nothing. That's a big fucking deal. When you go from $12,000 a month on your paycheck to nothing. And she's like, well, we have money. Little tiny mouthpiece. We do have money. We also have expenses. We got to put the gas stuff in the beep beep. We've got to feed the furry 4-legged family members. We have to buy groceries. It's not like I'm making you wear Walmart jeans as a punishment. Where the fuck are your other clothes? I outgrew them. Well, then why are you growing? Yeah. And most of the time, rebelling against the rich and powerful fails. Hold on. I'm gonna jump. Why? Why? Okay. Why do people always go to the extreme of rebelling against the rich and powerful? I mean this is a genuine question. I honestly mean this. I am a 0.5 generation American. I'm a dual citizen. My kids are first generation Americans. My dad calls me a first generation American, but I backtracked. I got my Irish citizenship. Why the fuck is everybody worrying about fighting the rich when there's more? It's like, it's not like there ain't more than enough money to be had in this economy. And I mean this sincerely. I grew up the youngest of the kids, the youngest of 5, the 4th son. I'm 46 years old. I haven't had a mortgage in 10 years. I haven't had a car payment now in over a year. I am liquid. I have no debt. I have 2 undergraduate degrees that I paid for and a graduate degree that I paid for. The military paid for one of the undergraduates, and the associate's degrees were all spent on professional development money. It's a sociological and psychological question. Humans don't like members of society who hoard things. You're right. But why do we keep... In the past, it was because they were starving and the nobles had everything, yet still kept taxing them. That's funny. Which country was that in? Because that's a fucking wonderful European history textbook blurb that wasn't the norm. That was the rarity. You know why that was the rarity? You know why that was the rarity? Because the local baron couldn't tax his people anymore because they killed him. And then the king talked to the count and said, what the fuck happened to your baron? Too much greed. And the king was like, well, fuck him. We had bad kings, but they weren't around very long. King John wasn't around very long. Why? He was a shitty king. He was such a shitty king that the lower nobility said, you're a shitty king and we're taking power away from you. The average fucking serf lived a good life. They worked about 180 days out of the year. All these fucking textbook examples are... Find the book Lies My Teacher Told Me. It's a great book to show you how you have been spoon-fed a fucking bullshit narrative that doesn't exist. Yeah, they died on the toilet shitting themselves to death, but they died of the same shit the nobles died of. We've got to stop saying, back in the day, the peasants were treated unfairly. Sure, they were treated unfairly. So were a lot of the nobility. If you were the second son, you got dick. Under some feudal systems, your dad could have titles in England and Scotland and France, and he has 3 sons. The common sense answer would be the oldest son picks the one he wants, the second son picks the one he wants, the third son gets what's left over. But they didn't do it that way. Your dad has lands, estates in England, Scotland, and France. The oldest son gets everything. You're the third son, you're going to the monastery. The second son, you're going to the military. You're going to serve the king. When I die, your older brother may have you go to France and rule in his name. We've been a fucked up society all the way back to the beginning. Yes, there are examples where they killed the nobility because of taxes. But that was very rare. Hence, you had a lot of sons rebelling and warring against their brothers. Right. You also had the Stardust situation where your father's sick and ill and Septimus has killed 6 of his older brothers or 4 of his older brothers or some shit. Pushes one right out the window. The problem is people are so mad that he has his own pizza. People are mad that Elon Musk not only has his own pizza, he owns the whole pizza shop. Motherfucker, there's more than enough money left on the table for you to go get some. You can go get some. But you want to be mad that he has it. Well, you can spend your energy going and getting your own money, or you can spend your energy whinging about Elon Musk being a trillionaire. Now, if we were a closed economy with no speculative value, I would be pissed there's a trillionaire. Why? Because if we were a closed economy with no speculation, that would mean Elon having $1 trillion means there's $1 trillion less for everybody else to have. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to point out to you that Elon Musk just made close to $600 billion because of a company. Where did that $600 billion in wealth come from? Nowhere, because it doesn't fucking exist. It doesn't fucking exist. And people have got to be taught the basic economics about speculative markets, and the money doesn't actually exist. You go to the casino and you have chips. These chips represent value. But if I go to the chip exchange and I have $200 worth of chips, but the casino doesn't have $200 to give me, what are my chips worth? Whatever the casino can give me for them. Now, that casino doesn't stay open very long if they do that. But at that time, on that day, that's how it goes. Yeah, SpaceX IPO valuation is way overvalued. Why? Because people said, it is what it is. Give me 1 second. Always another day, always another dollar. Oh. That's so weird. Okay. Everything under Elon is overvalued. You're right. Everything under Elon Musk is overvalued. Because people are riding the hype. I'm going to take a real quick break. Let me throw a video on while I take a real quick break. What else did I download? Jordan Peterson is always good when I need a bathroom break.
It's not correct that there is such a thing as biological sex, and I'm a historian of medicine. I can unpack that for you at great length if you want, but in the interest of time, I won't.
You've heard what the professor has to say. What's your response?
Well, I don't understand what the claim that there's no such thing as biological sex means, and I certainly think it's, let's call it an error, to suggest that there's some sort of scientific consensus about that.
I don't agree with why Dr. Peterson has been asked to stop abusing students on campus.
To stop doing what?
Abusing students.
I see.
Are you prepared to suffer the consequences that society may deem you need to suffer because of your views?
Yes, I'm prepared to do that. If they find me, I won't pay it. If they put me in jail, I'll go on a hunger strike. I'm not doing this. And that's that. I'm not. I think I can demolish the atheistic argument permanently.
Okay.
Death of God, many other.
I know a lot of people don't like Jordan Peterson. I like Jordan Peterson. I like Jordan Peterson because I like what he's willing to say. What he's willing to say is the strength of my beliefs is so strong that I'm not going to change. And if you find me, I won't pay it. And if you put me in jail, I'll go on a hunger strike. But I'm not playing this game. Common sense, we need to normalize common sense. Look, we're a society that is getting dumber with each generation, and we're not even waiting for the next generation to come out. We're getting dumber inside of the generations. There's no such thing as biological sex, says a doctor. You're not a doctor then. I'm sorry, you're not a scientist. You're a person who went to medical school or pre-medicine school or whatever the fuck you went to, but you have a political agenda. Because the facts of the matter are simple. We have biological sex. we are mammals. We have biological sex. There are differences in the biological sexes. Men cannot create, men do not create milk. A man cannot breastfeed a child. Baby can suck on that nipple all day long. They ain't gonna get nothing out of it. If that fact alone right there isn't enough to distinguish that we have biological sex, then anybody else that wants to follow through with that is dumb. Now, what I will say is, yes, there are exceptions to the biological sex. We have males, we have females, and then we have genetic abnormalities. Not making them bad people, not making them good people. We just have people. We just have people that have a error in the factory that produced genetic abnormalities. We're playing with words in too much of our society. Women are of the nature to be able to become pregnant. And then somebody will say, well, not all women can conceive children, but they are of the nature to. Human beings, if we want to try to have like a conversation about it, you either have a pole or a hole. That's it. Men can't get pregnant. Period. Why? Because you don't have a uterus. You don't have a womb. You don't have ovaries that produce eggs. You have testes which produce sperm. That's mammalian biology. We don't need to have this conversation, though, to have the other side of the conversation where transgender say, I have the right to, no, you don't. And that's, I keep this on my desktop because this wasn't said by Patton Oswalt. I wish it was. We've got to get back to common sense. And common sense states, when somebody says you've got to respect everyone's beliefs, no, you don't. That's what gets us in trouble. You have to acknowledge everyone's beliefs, and then you have to reserve the right to go, that's fucking stupid. Are you kidding me? Look, I am not against transgenders having equal rights. I'm against anybody having unequal rights. What does that mean? These are my rights. If these are your rights, I need to help you get up here. But if these are your rights, then one of two things needs to happen. Either you need to get the fuck down here, or I need to get the fuck up here. But your rights and my rights should be the same. Now, somebody said the exception doesn't make the rule, and that is correct. But there's also sometimes where the exception is the rule. This is what gets me into trouble. That right there tells me I'm against abortion. That right there says my personal view is I'm against abortion. This right here also tells me I'm against contraceptives. Just so people are clear on that. As a Roman Catholic, I'm against abortion. But according to the rule book, I'm also against birth control, condoms, and any sex that doesn't have the potential to result in a pregnancy. Sorry, Catholics, oral and anal is right out the fucking agenda for you. So is the pull-out method. And some Catholics are like, I can't believe you said that. Why? It's the truth. It's the reality. That is the reality. Well, how many people live like that? Not many. Unless they're an Irish Catholic family. How do you know they're an Irish Catholic family? Because they really like St. Patrick's Day and there's 7 kids coming out of the house. Why? Irish Catholics fuck a lot. Except the Bible condones abortion. No, the fuck it does not. The Bible does not condone abortion. The Bible does not condone abortion. Where in the Bible is abortion condoned? 26 years, and I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me where in the Bible it condones abortion, because it doesn't. It does not. But I'm also going to remind you, if you're a Christian and you're quoting the Old Testament, you're quoting the Jewish instruction manual. Also, be careful with the Bible, because most people in America, 54% of them, read at the 6th grade level, and yet the Bible is written at the 11th grade level. I don't like when people try to quote the Bible back to me, because the majority of people haven't read it cover to cover, and they haven't studied it. But I am more than willing to accept when you give me chapter and verse where in the Bible abortion is condoned. I've probably read the Bible 9 times in my life. Maybe I missed that page. So tell me where in the Bible abortion is condoned, and I'll look it up again. Yes, there are instructions on how to perform an abortion in Jewish religious texts that was left out of the Bible. Yes, but it's not in the Bible. There's a story in the Bible where a man suspects his wife cheated on it. No, I didn't say to give me I said chapter and verse. I said chapter and verse. So what chapter and verse is that? See, because it's one thing to say it's in the Bible, but it's another thing to say, I don't know where it is. Is abortion considered murder? Yes. No. Maybe. Depends. What you're trying to refer to is you're trying to refer to Numbers 5:11, 11 through 31. Then the Lord said to Moses, speak to the Israelites, and say to them, if a man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, so that another man has sexual relations with her, and this is hidden from her husband, and her impurity is undetected, since there is no witness against her and she has not been caught in the act, and if feelings of jealousy come over the husband and he suspects his wife and she is impure, or if he is jealous and suspects her even though she is not impure, then he is to take his wife to the priest. He must also take an offering of 1/10 of a barley flour on her behalf. He must not pour olive oil on it or put incense on it, because the grain offering for jealousy, a reminder offering to draw attention to wrongdoing. The priest shall bring her and have her stand before the Lord. And then he shall take some holy water in a clay jar and put some dust from the tabernacle on the floor. After the priest has had the woman stand before the Lord, he shall loosen her hair and place her hands in the remaining offering, the grain offering for jealousy. Where is this? Where is this condoning abortion? Yeah, I'm right there. You're trying to quote. You pick and chose what you quoted. But if you have gone astray while married to your husband and you have made yourself impure by having sexual relations with a man other than your husband, here the priest is to put the woman under this curse. May the Lord cause you to become cursed. Where's the abortion? This is the problem. Where the fuck is the abortion? If you don't read verse 16, you're saying the Bible justifies abortion. This fucking passage isn't justifying abortion. The priest shall bring her and have her stand before the Lord. This is not justifying abortion. Dude, Bogos, you can't skip verse 16. This is not justifying abortion. This is fucking taking a person and having them stand before God in judgment. May the Lord cause you to become cursed. No, it's not clear to you. Let me stop you. It's not clear to you. Because you, number one, didn't have the chapter and verse, so you didn't study it. Second of all, you chose to quote out of context, leaving off verse 16, which I have on the screen. You literally took the whole, yeah, this is the instruction on a marriage spell to pray for a miscarriage. This is the Lord's judgment, which is how the Jews wrote the Bible. May the Lord cause you to become a curse among your people when he makes your womb miscarry and your abdomen swell. May this water that brings a curse into your body so that your abdomen swells or your womb miscarries. So if the Lord causes abortion, then it's okay. Yes. If you are going into a religious document, yes. You quoted this so out of context that your understanding of the passage is completely wrong. Because may the Lord cause you to become cursed. Not, you're like, oh, the Bible gives you instructions on how to perform an abortion. No, the fuck it doesn't. No, the fuck it does not at all. Not in the slightest. It's an instruction for how a woman is to be tested in her unfaithfulness. For Jews in the Old Testament. No, it doesn't condone abortion. Not at all. Nowhere in any way, shape, or form does that condone abortion. It condones the Lord's judgment. And it doesn't apply to Christians. It only applies to Jews. Why? Because this is one of the sections of the Bible that Christian, follower of Christ's instruction, says Jesus corrected the Old Testament numerous times. The Old Testament says you can't have pork because it makes you unclean. What did Jesus say? How can something that my Father created taken into your body make you unclean? If you don't want to read the passage, then you're a bigot and you're ignorant because you literally pasted from verse 19 onward, forgetting to show verse 16. You are deliberately misconstruing a passage. The Bible cannot be quoted out of context. I guess you would also claim Jesus doesn't condone slavery by giving instructions on how to treat your slave. Jesus condemned slavery. But Jesus said, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, and render unto the Lord that which is the Lord's. Jesus doesn't condone slavery. He condones living by the laws of man. It's morally reprehensible. So for you, abortion is worse than slavery because the Bible said so. Where did you get that? I like French toast. Does that mean I hate waffles? Where the fuck did you make that logical jump? Why is abortion and slavery in the morality scale? How do you even compare those two things? Let me help you out. Accept the L. Except that you didn't even know the chapter and verse it came from, and you quoted it out of context. Accept the fact that understanding the Bible takes a college-level education, and go back and reread it a second time, and reread it a third time, and then go talk to a rabbi and go talk to a Catholic priest, and get instruction and get enlightenment on that section. Because what you've done is you've tried to weaponize a document that may be as many as 8,000 years old. And you specifically showed that you did that because you specifically chose to leave off verse 16, which is kind of like the whole key part. See, this is the problem people have with the Bible. You're saying you have adopted the morality. No, whoa, when did I say that? When did I say I've adopted the morality of the Bible? Verse 16 is meaningless if you don't believe in God. Hey, I got one for you. If verse 16 is meaningless because you don't believe in God, then so's the whole section. If you don't believe in God, why are you... The priest shall bring her and have her stand before the Lord. I don't believe in the Lord. Then guess what? It's real simple. I don't believe in this. Then none of this applies to you. Then you stop reading at 16 and you turn the page. I don't personally care what this old book says. It's you who are claiming this is divine instruction. Again, stop. Now you're pissing me off. When did I say the Bible is divine instruction? When did I ever say that? When did those words come out of my mouth? Because you don't understand your religion or your spirituality or your whatever you have. Please don't project your inadequacies of understanding onto me. If you have a question about what I believe, you ask a question, you follow it up with a question mark, and I will explain what I believe. But don't you dare weaponize a book through your ignorance and your lack of understanding. The Bible must be read, the entire chapter. Right? You must read the entire chapter. And in a lot of cases, you must read the entire book. And if you're not going to do that, then stay the fuck out of somebody else's holy book. Because I've never claimed that the Bible is divinely inspired. I've also said for years and years and years, I actually have not once. Wait, you said you have adopted? No, I've never said I adopted my moral code from it. When the fuck did I say I adopted my moral code from the Old Testament? When have I ever claimed to be Jewish? When have I ever said that? The problem is you're creating a straw man and fighting with yourself over words I never said. I'm a Catholic, which means I follow the New Testament. You pointed towards your cross tattoo and said this. Yes, I am a Roman Catholic. A Roman Catholic follows the teachings of Christ. Christ literally came down to the planet and said, a lot of this shit that the Jews are doing is fucking wrong. So this is why I'm against abortion. Because the Pope, who's the vicar of Christ, I'm going to confuse you here for a second because I know you haven't studied your doctrine, right? And to you I give the keys to the kingdom. And whatever you bind on earth, I shall consider bound in heaven. And whatever you loose on earth shall be considered loosed in heaven. It's why the vicar of Christ, who is the Pope, makes the rules for our corporeal life. If the Pope turned around tomorrow and said abortion is okay and gay marriage is okay, guess what? Jesus would say, hallelujah, they fucking finally got it. Or he would say, he's going to hell when he gets up here. Because nowhere does it say the Pope is infallible. In fact, later on in the same chapter, where where Peter is given the keys to the kingdom, he is rebuked. Because Peter doesn't want to allow Jesus to go and be crucified, and Jesus rebukes him to say, you are fallible. This is my destiny. I will go suffer and die and be crucified because that is my Father's plan for me. So I think in the last 10 minutes, I have proven two things. Number one, I know my book. And number two, you don't know my book. You are entitled to your opinion, but you are not entitled to put words in my mouth and build a straw argument to knock down for shit I never said. It's just words of men from thousands of years ago who knew very little of the universe. I put no extra value in the teachings of the Bible above other doctrine, especially when it condones evils like slavery. Okay, I'm gonna put this up on the screen because this is where I now have to just beat the dog shit out of you. So, this is your belief. Okay? And I don't mind when people want to say shit like this. So the Constitution has no value. The Constitution has no value. Because the Constitution legitimized slavery and counted black people as 3/5 of a person. So you don't live in America, right? Because not in any... Oh, hold on. So what you're saying is, I put no extra value in the teachings of the Bible above any other doctrine, but the U.S. Constitution condones slavery, but you probably live in America. So why have you not left America? Because it condoned evils like slavery. You live in a country that was built on the back of slavery, most likely. So why do you stay in America? I don't mind if you have a moral code. I don't live in America, and if there was slavery in America, I would leave. There's not slavery in America. What country do you live in? Because I'm interested to know what country never benefited from slavery. What country are you in? The whole world, oh. Okay, so when did I say I condone slavery, right? So you don't believe in, so you live on the planet in a country that allowed slavery, most likely. Which country are you in? It's always amazing that when people don't want to tell me where they're from, it's like, oh shit. It's like, oh fuck, my whole argument's gonna fall apart. And to be specific, the Bible condoned the laws of the land, right? Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar, render unto the Lord that which is the Lord's. I also will remind you that a rabbi named Jesus went back into a synagogue and whipped the merchants. Now, do me a favor. Since you're wishy-washy and lukewarm, shut the fuck up. You won't, first of all, if you don't believe in the religion, why are you in a religious debate anyway? Second of all, please don't ever come onto my channel and try to play stump-a-chump. Okay? I know my Bible. You are never going to picky-choosy any shit out of the Bible with me because I don't gobble down what my pastor says. The brought her before the Lord part is meaningless. No, it's not meaningless. It's meaningless to you. If you're not going to follow the fucking fact that the fucking Bible is a story of divine contact, then you can't weaponize it to say the Bible condones this when I say, well, you missed the fucking chapter about this entire section is judgment before the Lord. Oh, it's irrelevant. Well, then fuck off. If you're not going to read the book for what it is, fuck right off. Like, honestly, take your ass out of my kick channel and fuck right off because you're ignorant as fuck. I don't believe in the Bible, so I'm going to pick and choose the Bible. And I just bitch slapped you with an understanding that you can't pick and choose verses out of the Bible. If you're not going to give the whole chapter, which you didn't even know, that's the fucking embarrassing part. You're like, the Bible says this, and I'm like, give me the chapter and verse, and you didn't give it. I don't even think you knew what give me the chapter and verse meant because you copy and pasted only what you wanted. Technically then, the verse you pointed to is meaningless to this. No, it's not. How do I know it's not meaningless, you fucking retard? How do I know it's not meaningless? Because it's in the same fucking paragraph as what you're trying to quote. It just conveniently doesn't fit into your narrative, so you discount it. The priest shall bring her and have her stand before the Lord. May the Lord cause you to become cursed. So if you're gonna get rid of 16 because you say it's irrelevant, then you also have to get rid of 21 because it's the Lord that's cursing her, not the concoction. So now what does your fucking picky choosy do? It does absolutely nothing because the section you need to exist. What does stand before the Lord mean to you? Bring her to a church as long as you perform an abortion instead of it's not an. You know what? I'm done with you. I'm done with you. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, I usually appreciate people's alternative views, but if you're going to fucking weaponize the holy book of my faith, and then you're going to say this doesn't matter, it's the Lord's judgment. It's the Lord's judgment to a commandment, which that fucking moron doesn't get. One of the commandments is thou shalt not commit adultery. If you violate the commandment, if you violate the fucking commandment, the only person who can judge you is the Lord. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Let he without sin cast the first stone. Please don't try to fucking weaponize a faith you don't believe in and then get mad when a person who does believe in the faith beats your ass like a fucking drum. If you say the Lord doesn't matter, then you have to take all of that out. Guess what? When I go to church, okay? When I go to church and you come with me and you're not a Catholic and you don't believe in the transubstantiation, so everyone's aware. When I go up to the fucking altar and I get the Eucharist, you see it as a bread wafer. I see it as the flesh of Christ. When I go back up a second time and I get the chalice, you see it as 99-cent wine bought in bulk. I see it as the blood of Christ because the priest has done the transubstantiation of water and wine and bread into the body and blood of Christ. If you don't believe in the transubstantiation, that's fine. I'm not asking you to believe in it. But don't you fucking dare start picking and choosing out of the Bible to tell me why it's wrong You don't believe in it. Now, if you had started your own religion, an offshoot of Catholicism, I might give a little bit more credence to what you have to say. I would love to sit down with Martin Luther, founder of the Lutherans. I think his 95 treatise on the church, great starting point. But unless that's you, I don't fucking care about your opinion. I'm willing to allow you a certain amount of latitude. But when you say what does stand before the Lord mean, it doesn't mean bring her to a church, and it doesn't mean it's okay to perform abortion as long as you do it in the church. If God wants you to carry that baby, you'll carry that baby. If God doesn't want you, that's his judgment. If you don't like that, don't be a member of the religion. If you like, we're gonna go back to the 90s. If you ain't down with that, I got 2 words for you. Suck it. If Catholicism isn't for you. Now back to the point, and then I'll get to the Sean Strickland thing. Morally, I'm against abortion. Morally, I'm against abortion. But just so nobody thinks that I changed my mind, this has been up for over a year. This has been the standard for well over a year. Morally, I'm against abortion. The right to choose is important, but so is access to alternatives and education. I would prefer, right? I would prefer that nobody ever has an abortion. But I would rather prefer we take care of all the children that are already born before we start making people have more kids. Yeah, I don't want an abortion to be looked at as a form of birth control. Now, for those of you that aren't familiar with this, one of the horrific things we did to the Native Americans, if Native Americans needed an abortion, we gave them a full hysterectomy. I think that was morally reprehensible. I think, however, at some point, some of these women need to stop worrying about plan B and worry about plan S. What's plan S? Fucking plan swallow. We need to maybe look at some of these people that are on their 19th abortion. Hey, you know what? Would you just like your tubes tied? Because what the fuck? How many abortions have you had? I have no issue with abortion being used as birth control beyond it being hard on your body. I'm against abortion being used as birth control because it means we as a society has failed to provide alternatives. Morally, if there's a God, some of you believe there's a God, some of you do not believe there's a God. My belief doesn't require you to believe. And I think the hardest part for some people to accept is that my beliefs don't require you to believe. That's what makes people like Bogos so fucking intolerable. They want to try to shatter my faith. I don't evangelize while I'm on my show. I talk about my faith, but I never tell you that you should adopt it. To date, first of all, I'm not even empowered to baptize anybody into Roman Catholicism. I'm not authorized to do that. I can bring you the Eucharist. In a pinch, I can give you last rites. I can't confirm you as a Catholic. I can't baptize you as a Catholic. There's a tiny provision that I can baptize a baby into the church at birth if there's no priest around and they're not going to survive. But that falls under the governance of last rites. Anybody can perform last rites, by the way. The problem is, politically, I'm against abortion. Politically, I'm pro-abortion. The reason why politically I'm pro-abortion is because politically I'm pro-vasectomy. Why should I have a right to make decisions about my body, but then politicize taking away a woman's right to make decisions about her body? But your faith gets in the way. You're right, my faith does get in the way. Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. I don't really care about religion, not for it, against it. That kind of person you banned are just annoying as all hell. Yeah, the problem is you're trying to play gotcha bitch with a person who's been a Catholic his whole life. You're not going to play gotcha bitch with me with the Bible because I know the ugly parts of it. I know the ugly parts of my Bible. God in the Old Testament was so against hedonism. He sent his angels down to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. Guess what? God was so mad at humanity that he killed everybody but Noah and his family. All right. So either the story of Noah and his family is true, 100% true, or it's a parable and there's some learning to be done from it. Either way, if you're not a part of the religion, what the fuck does it matter to you then? There's 97 other better ways to make that argument. But you're going to try to quote, like, the fact that you're quoting out of context makes you ignorant. It's why I say to people, this last year, finding out the reading statistics of my country have really, really, really changed my perceptions. And I'm not going to give more than 15 minutes to an asshole who probably reads at a 6th grade level. Doesn't want to tell me what country he lives in. Says if I lived in America and there was slavery, I would leave. But name a fucking country to me that didn't have slavery. Guess what? You can't name a European country that didn't have slavery. Ireland? Scotland? Scotland had slaves. Ireland had slaves. They just didn't have Roman endorsed slavery. Gaul, Germania, they had fucking slaves. How do I know that? Because Gaul, which is France, and Germania were conquered by the Romans, who, when the fucking Romans conquered Gaul, the campaign was so bloody. In order to make sure there was no rebellion out of the people of Gaul, they killed 1/3 of the population. They enslaved 1/3 of the population to replace their ranks. And they told the last third of the population, congratulations, you're now Roman citizens. We're bringing in Roman government and you will be required to serve in the military as well. So they enslaved 1/3 of the population and then told them they had the same provincial army requirements as the rest of the empire. And then the Roman fucking war machine just kept on fucking going. They were like, you good? And some people were like, no, we're not good. And there was a lot of fucking people that were enslaved that probably had the opinion of, well, if they're not good, make them the slave and I'll go be good because I just got enslaved. Nowhere in that does it say I endorse slavery. But the earliest fucking documents we have of humanity is we had fucking slaves. The fucking movie Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. Stupid fucking movie. Great fucking line that comes out of it. Men have been enslaving other men since they created gods to forgive them for doing so. The fucking Egyptian gods have rules about slaves. Don't you think it's fucking weird? In every religion, there's an all-powerful deity that created all of humanity, but he doesn't like some of his people, some of his creations. So he says it's okay to enslave them. I endorse making repeat felons into slaves. We need more big rocks turned into little rocks. I don't disagree with you. All right, Sean Strickland. Where are you at, Sean? What did Sean Strickland say?
10 years ago, to be trans was a mental fucking illness. And now all of a sudden, people like you have fucking weaseled your way into the world. You are an infection. You are the definition of weakness. Everything that is wrong with the world is because of fucking you. And the best thing is the world's not buying it. The world's not buying your fucking bullshit you're fucking peddling. The world is not saying, you know what? You're right, fucking chicks have dicks. The world's not saying that. The world's saying, no, there are two genders. I don't want my kids being taught about, who they could fuck in school. I don't want my kids being taught about, their sexual preference. Like, dude, this guy is the fucking enemy You want to look at the fucking enemy to our world? It's that motherfucker right there, asking these stupid fucking questions. 10 years ago.
Okay, so... Okay. Transphobic to say the least. But... transphobic to say the very least. I don't endorse how he delivered his message. I do endorse the core of the message, refined better. Preschool, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade. You know how much conversation there should be in those 6 grades about gender and sex? 0. There should be 0 fucking conversation. 0 conversation. Right? Hold on, we got to take a short break because this guy was so offended he came over to Twitch. Then he has me he's got me so I can't respond to him, which is fine. I absolutely love I absolutely love people who I'm so under their skin, living free chicken, man. Free fucking chicken. It's also nice when they tell me exactly who they are, so I can just ban and block them. Rent-free in their head forever. So rent-free that they left Kick to come to Twitch to message me. That's free fucking chicken. Here's the problem with preschool, kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth grade. Nobody in the school should be teaching them anything about gender. Because what gender identity do you have between 5 years old and 10 years old? I don't think you have a defined gender identity. Now, there's a law. I forgot Alice's law. I don't like not knowing something. There's a specific law in Illinois. Aaron's Law. Aaron's Law in Illinois requires pre-K to 12th grade, 1 day out of the school year, every year, they have to have a presentation on sexual abuse. And it is required for them to teach. I had to bring up the curriculum because I don't know the younger ones, but age appropriate instruction, pre-K through elementary. They focus on staying safe, unsafe touches, defining body parts, the 3 safety steps: know, get away, tell someone. Older students are taught about healthy boundaries, grooming behaviors, and consent. Now, I am adamantly against. I'm pro Aaron's Law, 100%. You take the boys, you take the boys, you have the boys in one classroom, you take the girls, you have the girls in another classroom, and you give appropriate instruction. I am 100% all pro starting in pre-K using the correct terminology for body parts. The people who say you shouldn't be teaching kids the appropriate terminology for their body parts, I'm going to put their lives under a microscope because I want to figure out why. Kindergarten cop back in the 90s. Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina. Good. Kid probably took Aaron's Law. Probably paid attention the year before in pre-K. If the words penis, vagina, breasts, anus offend you, take your kid out of fucking public school. And then we're going to put your life under a microscope because it's a little weird that you don't want your kid to be able to identify their own body parts. Now, again, my background is not in elementary education. Is there maybe some child psychology? Remember, my background's adolescent psychology, not child psychology. Maybe is there an expert in child psychology? He's going to tell me 7 years old is the better standard for that. So for the pre-K, the K, and the first graders, we just call them the no-no spots. Personally, I think no. But if they tell me why, I'm going to default to them because that's their wheelhouse, right? If there's a reason why, cool. But we don't need to be talking about sexual attraction. You can teach safety, body autonomy, and not talk about desire. Is this a special ed segment? No. Do I need to break it down into special ed terms for you? Is this your request for me to bring it down a little bit? Is there a topic that you need me to talk about? Because that seems like a really ignorant thing to say. So I'm just wondering, is this a request? Because if you're requesting me to dumb it down for you, I'm more than happy to. I feel like child psychologists these days are kind of suspect. They've been coming out with some weird opinions lately. That is true. But the problem is a lot of them are coming out with things that are palatable. I wonder who you are explaining basic body parts to. Yeah, let me help you out. The way Twitch works is the world doesn't center around you. Maybe mom and dad didn't teach you this. The interesting thing is that when you pop into a channel, right, and the show has been going for 4 hours, no, it's not a special education section. We were talking about Illinois law. We were talking about Aaron's law. But the show has been going for 4 hours and 13 minutes without your presence. So I don't know why you have next level like entitlement to like be an asshole. I mean, everybody has the right to be an asshole, but in the 10 seconds you've been here, you're already showing me you like to abuse the privilege. We were talking about a continuity of conversation that of course you're lost about because you weren't here when it started. Would be here if you just answered the first question. Would we be here if you just answered yeah, I see. The problem is when the retards with the plastic helmet are trying to chase down the show saying, I have a bus pass, I have to stop the bus to let you get on. What you missed is I'm correcting your socially unacceptable behavior. Is this a special education segment? It is fucking ignorant to say because you had no idea what was going on. So I assumed you were asking because you need it to be dumbed down. It's not given the context. No, it is given the context because you popped in, you had no idea what was being talked about, and you chose to pull down your pants and show your ass to the whole channel through your ignorance. And I'm sorry that you don't like being called out, but that's what you did. You had no context because you weren't here for the start of the conversation. So, in the future, have better social etiquette. No, I asked whether this is special education segment because your context, you're explaining body parts as if they are foreign. No, what I was actually doing was I was explaining. So it's a proper question. You're just too inept to answer. No, dumbass. What I was doing is I was actually talking about kindergarten through 5th grade. If you had been here for the understanding, we were specifically talking about Aaron's law, how in Illinois, pre-K through 12th grade have to be given 1 day of instruction on reporting abuse. So, now that I've caught you up, I had to stop the whole bus just for you. Is there any other questions? I appreciate that. You've been here 5 minutes. This channel is... I appreciate it. So, Deltoid, do you have any other questions now? How short is the bus? Well, right now it's really short because you're the only person that needs the special education accommodation. Okay, I can keep driving now. Thanks for letting me know how I can run my own show. Appreciate it. Now, for the rest of the people, I don't understand why the transgender community says that we need to start talking about sexual preference at age 5. See, because I think there's, and to go along with what people have said about child psychology being a little suspect, there are people who are literally advancing an agenda that a 4-year-old knows they're a boy, not a girl. There are people advancing an agenda that a 4-year-old is completely secure in their identity that they know that they have gender dysphoria. Ladies and gentlemen, at 4 years old, according to my aunt and my dad, I still thought half the time I was a fucking dinosaur. I'm glad that my parents didn't allow me to do body alteration that gave me a tail, claws, and a fucking jaw that snapped like a raptor. I don't get how in my lifetime we've gone from little boys and little girls to 5-year-olds have a complex understanding of their gender identity. While at the same time, right, we keep moving the end of adolescence further and further to the right. So this is the world we live in that I want to get straight. A 4-year-old has enough knowledge to decide for themselves that they're in the wrong body. But a 24-year-old isn't mature enough to make their own life decisions. And when I challenge that among my colleagues, I get really dirty looks. Because, well, yeah, the brain isn't finished being developed. A 24-year-old in the military, if they're smoking fast burner, those aren't real things, though. That's why you get dirty looks. What aren't real things? What exactly aren't real things? Because, my man, I'm having a really hard time following what you're trying to say. It's a little difficult to follow your thought process. No, 4-year-old is confused about their gender. You're okay. Yes, you're right. No 4-year-old is confused about their gender. You're absolutely 100% correct. Which is why I don't know why people are bringing that into the discussion. I could get down with it if we still had the end of adolescence at 16. At 16, you're considered an adult. There are some 40-year-olds that aren't qualified to make their own life choices. This is very true. But we keep saying that you're not emotionally mature, you're not finalized being developed until you're 25. But I know 24-year-olds that are staff sergeants with a line number for tech sergeant. I know 22-year-olds that are fire team leaders. So I would just like all of society to get on one page. If our social scientists are saying you're not mature enough, you're not fully mature until 25, then why can a corporal in the Marines or a corporal in the Army command people in battle? The next question is, if you're not fully mature until 25, how the fuck can you even be in the military or be a police officer or be a firefighter? If you're not, because they are capable commander. No, that's the problem. You see, I have to stop the bus again for you. According to social scientists, you're not fully mature until 25. If that's true, then how can one side of society be saying you're not mature until 25, and the other side of society saying here's a badge and a gun, or a mortar team, or an artillery team? Is skill a foreign concept in the bus you stopped? Look, man, your grammar is so terrible, right? A dinosaur fucking died because the grammar in your last post was so terrible. This channel is clearly marked in English. Can you please communicate in English? And if English isn't your first language, too fucking bad, the channel is marked in English. Hold on, just so I can show you, because you're probably going to argue with me that it's not. The channel is marked right here, English. Well, first of all, you're not even communicating in English. What do you, spell out you fucking lazy bastard, not understand? I don't understand the words coming off of your fingertips into the chat. Because they're a capable commander. They're not a capable commander. Because they're enlisted. They're an E4 or an E5 or an E6. They can't be a commander. If I have to explain the military to you, how do you know what is or isn't capable? Hold on. I keep this around for this exact situation. How do I know what is or is not capable? Just a fucking guess, right? Just a fucking guess? I love these morons. skill isn't age dependent. No shit. That's been my fucking point. That's been my point. Jump on the bus, motherfucker. I'm going to drive you into education whether you want to get there or not. How do I know what is or is not capable? All of my training says so. Considering that at one point in the military, I outranked 99.2% of the military. You don't look fit, though. I'm 46 years old, and I've been retired from the military for 9 years. How fit would you like me to be? I had a career-ending injury. How fit would you like me to be? I retired as a captain. Yes, I did. I was an E6, went to OTS, didn't take my E7 promotion because what the fuck's the point? And then I was in 01, retired at 03. Second to last assignment was the Pentagon, and then I retired out of Headquarters Air Mobility Command. You don't look very fit, though. Do you not accept that someone younger than you can be more capable? Yes, I do. I also accept that you can't communicate in fucking English. Please type in English. You seemingly don't know where the Y or the O are on your keyboard. You look ignorant as fuck. The problem is, if you had the intelligence to listen to what I'm saying, what I said was, if one side of the society says you're not mature until 25, then why the hell do we have people in the military at 18, 20, 22, 24 in charge of fire teams? What I said was, can all of society get on one page? It's individual dependent. Okay, just so we're clear, military is quite a comparison in normal society. How is the military quite a comparison in normal society when the military is made up of people from the society? See, this is where people that have a double-digit IQ need to calm the fuck down. Because not everyone wants to be in the military. Great, guess what? There's nobody in the military who doesn't want to be there. There is no draft. Judges are not allowed to tell you to go to the military or go to jail. So, everybody in the military wants to be there. So, what's your point? Also, if you kept up with the whole conversation, what I had said is, we also have cops that are 22. We give people badges and guns. There are FBI agents who are 23 or 24. We have a lot of people that have a lot of authority over others. But according to one half of society, they're not fully mature. You seem to have a problem with someone more skillful than you at less hours. More skillful than you at less hours. I don't have any problem with people that are more skillful than me. I think you have a listening comprehension problem. I would definitely recommend that you go see a doctor. Because your only examples are military and police force. Okay, which other example does this fit into? Regale me with a tale. What other military, firefighter, EMT, construction worker, arc welder, underwater welder, what other ones, where else do you want me to apply it? Because I could also say that in theory, then, if you're not mature until age 25, nobody should be a teacher until after age 25. I'm sorry, were you expecting a full lexicon of all of my knowledge? Shit, man. If this was the Matrix and I could download my brain to you, you would be bleeding from the nose by 5%. What if Sheldon Cooper was your teacher? What if Sheldon Cooper was my teacher? Sheldon Cooper is a great example. I'm glad you brought up Sheldon Cooper. Sheldon Cooper is a walking, talking example of the problems with certain individuals being in positions of education. Sheldon Cooper presents as a highly functional autistic who also is probably a highly functioning sociopath. Because he doesn't care about people's feelings. Sociopath isn't a bad thing. It means you don't care about people's feelings. Psychopath is a bad thing. It means you don't care about their lives. Sheldon Cooper, literally, is a great example of raw intelligence, but no social aptitude. Not because he doesn't know how to do it. Because in his brain, shit's not wired that way. So what's your point? Is Sheldon Cooper going to beat the absolute dog shit out of me in math and physics and science? Yes. Yes, he is. Is he going to beat the shit out of me in random fact trivia? Because if I recall correctly, doesn't Sheldon have like an eidetic memory? Sure. I don't want a fucking world of Sheldon Coopers. I want a few Sheldon Coopers. I don't want the majority of the world to be Sheldon Coopers. Sheldon Cooper is a very black and white example. Sheldon Cooper is on The Big Bang Theory, and then you see his childhood in what the TV show was, Young Sheldon Cooper, and then there's another spin-off of his brother. It's an interesting show, but it shows highly intelligent people sometimes lack social graces. Yeah, it's a 1,000 hit point car that has no wheels, or a 1,000 horsepower car that has no wheels. See, I'm a gamer, HP. I love how he was asked to provide an example in real life, and he chose a fictional person. Oh, I know. No. Sheldon Cooper's a TV show. It shows you can be more skilled being younger. No fucking shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yes, you can. That has been my whole fucking point. I have to stop the bus again. What the fuck is wrong with you? You are a low-functioning individual. You are a walking, talking example why 54% of Americans read at or below the 6th grade level. You have no ability to learn in an auditory environment. No, that was my point a long fucking time ago. Before I had to stop the bus the first time for you. What I said was, we have one side of... it was my fucking point, and I've been trying to pull anything that looks like a legible sentence out of you. My point was, how do we have fire team leaders younger than 25 if society says adolescence doesn't end until 25? That was my point. I made it probably 19 minutes ago. You, my friend, are the reason why teachers have to spend 90% of their time on 10% of the students. The truth of the matter is, children like you should be sent home with a note to your mom that says you should have swallowed. You are a walking, talking example of you should have been swallowed at conception. The pen is blue, but you said the pen is blue. Is this guy F73? Yep. F73 is the ICD-11 classification for mentally retarded. At least they have the decency in the World Health Organization to keep mentally retarded on the books. The DSM-5 got rid of mental retardation. That's why the guy asked if it was a special education class. You apologize if it was already covered, but what is your opinion on the rape gang inquiry report that was released? Unfortunately, Captain, I got your message, but the auto censor grabbed it. I have not made it through that report. I covered it earlier in the show. The problem I have with that rape gang report is, if you have to have a 200+ page report that details that you have a rape gang problem in your country is already a failure, and you just need to start over. You don't need a 200 fucking page report to categorize you have a rape gang problem. What I said earlier in the show was, what we have a problem with is that people are leaving countries, but we're either getting their best and their brightest, or we're getting the dredges of their society. We have enough dredges of society in all of our own societies. We don't need to be taking in every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Yeah, and it's not even the full report. It's a preliminary report with the executive summary. I couldn't get through it. Europe, I don't know what the fuck is going on with Europe, but y'all need to step it up a little bit. When your judges and your magistrates are not sentencing people for rape because you don't want to criminalize them, you guys used to be really good about riots and axes and torches. Grab that judge. If you were in a position to accept who comes in, do you kick out those who are more capable than you despite being younger? No, you fucking retard. No. Because my point has always been the military proves younger people are skilled. That has been my point the entire fucking time. You're just too stupid to get there on your own. And I only have so many color crayons, and they're wasted on you because you're not looking at the stream, you're listening to it. So drawing on the screen doesn't help you. A member of the military is not going to see age, they're going to see capability. It's holy fuck. It's like, do I have to drag you out of the darkness into the light? We have very good people in the military at age 19 that do just fine. So what's your problem with being led by... I don't have a problem with being led by younger people, you fucking muppet. When did I ever say that? When the fuck did I ever say that? In fact, you dumb shit, if you asked some questions, you would find out that I was a 24-year-old airman taking orders from 22-year-old lieutenants. It didn't bother me. So what the fuck is wrong with your fucking brain, man? You're having both sides of the conversation in your own head. So why bring it up? Because it was a talking point for the show. And oddly enough, since this show generates me an awful lot of money, it must be a fucking talking point people want to hear about. What I want to know, though, is what I'm really interested now in your life is what the fuck happened in your life to either, one, make you so jaded, or two, make you so stupid. Either tell me how mom and dad failed you or beat you or raped you or what happened, because you definitely have an error between ear one and ear two. There is something fundamentally wrong with you, because either this is how you really behave and you don't know any better, or you troll, which is fine because you trolling is content for me. But how pathetic is your life that if you're trolling on purpose, that this is the best you have? Because I get paid to be here. Like, if you're trolling, you're not getting paid for it. I am. Trolls are the best content for me. They're awesome. They're free chicken. I just get to keep going at you and I don't have to work for it. I get to save the 8 or 10 other feedback pieces for another day. So what is wrong with your thought process? If that's what you think of me, imagine those same traits on a person who supports you. I have a lot of people that have come to me that are special education. I have a lot of special education individuals who come to my channel because I'm patient with them. So what's your point? I have people in my community that I've spent hours and hours and hours with counseling because they were sexually abused as children. And I've helped them get over that. So you don't know the first fucking thing about me. You jump in here and you act like a clown. You pull down your pants and you show the room your ass without knowing a single thing about me or my community. When you act like an asshole, I treat you like an asshole. So that's what you think of them. No, that's not what I think of them. You didn't even ask me what I think of them. I call out rude people because somewhere in our society, silence became popular because it was easier than calling out dumbasses. I'm retired, son. I got nothing else going on than to call dumbasses dumbasses. I'll do this shit all day. I asked you if that's what you think of me. Imagine the same traits on a person who supports you. That's you admitting what you think of them. No, it's not. That's what makes you so stupid. Like, this is what's really wrong with your thought process. I asked you if that's what you think of me. Imagine the same traits on a person who supports you. That's you admitting what you think of them. No. Because you don't think there are supports of you who are bad off in life. Dude, I have a lot of people in my community that are bad off in life. For example, I'll give you a great example. Member of my community was in bankruptcy, was broke, in poverty. And I said, why don't you file for bankruptcy? They said, because I can't, because I'm in this situation because of a surgery. And I said, yeah, and file for bankruptcy. And they're like, well, I can't. Why the fuck not? And they went and filed for bankruptcy. And they got themselves out of the fucking hole. Because they were always told they can't file for bankruptcy due to medical debt. I have a person who was abused by his father his whole childhood life. And after 5 years of discord counseling, he's married, successfully, gotten over it. The problem is you think that your traits, what supporters? Did I name them? Do you know who they are? Did I give you any information that allows you to identify the person? And do you know for a fact that I don't have permission to talk about them? Because I do. As long as I don't name them, I can talk about the situation. The problem here, Deltoid, is there are 35 people in the chat plus me. You think you're the smartest person in the room, but you're the 37th smartest person in the room because the bot is smarter than you. The problem is you're saying shit like this, and you're like, imagine these traits on a person who supports you. Yeah, but they're not assholes. They're not assholes. See, because they have your traits, but you have all this other shit going on. Like, you're rude and you're ignorant and you're uneducated. And maybe there's a reason why you are those things. Is that the barrier to reveal your true feelings about them? I don't have true feelings about them. If you bothered to ask me a question, I don't do feelings. Whether they say or do something you consider as asshole-ish. I take offense that, Wolfgar's an asshole. Nex is an asshole. Nex and I go back and forth each other all the time. 6 Foot is over there fucking retired in his own fucking house now because he was sure he was going in one direction and he listened. The problem is you think you're a walking, talking example of you define yourself by your own failings. Not everybody who has failings is an asshole like you are. Being an asshole is a choice. Being an asshole is a choice. I've never said a single thing about me. Okay, you've never said a single thing about you. Where do I draw those traits from? Your behavior. That's where I draw them from. You're an asshole. You're barely literate. Now, you're an asshole. Everyone's going to agree with that. You behave like an asshole. So far you've driven them away. You've driven them from your supporters. No, so far you've driven them from your support. Guys, I need help. I really do. I don't understand. This isn't English. I'm lost. No, so far you've driven them from your that's like that's like 3 pronouns. Driven who, from what, and where, right? Like, this is where I said earlier. Those traits you assign to me come from the examples of your supporters. No, they don't. Which trait? Asshole or ignorant? Because the 2 traits I've assigned to you is asshole and ignorant. Which one do you want to talk about? Ignorant means uneducated, by the way. Whichever you called 3 other people. I didn't call 3 other people anything. I called you an asshole and I called you ignorant. Which would you like to address? Those are the 2 characteristics I've assigned to you from my examples of your behavior. Which of those 2 would you like a justification for? Notice now he won't answer because he thinks he controls the narrative. I've called you an asshole and I've called you ignorant. Which would you like me to justify? TikTok, bitch. I got things to do. Do you think later on he's going to be sitting down eating a nice tube of paste and is it going to finally hit him that he was being an asshole? Yeah, Deltoid71 is the walking, talking example that I give. If on Monday, everybody you meet is an asshole, and on Tuesday, everybody you meet is an asshole, and on Wednesday, everybody you meet is an asshole, the secret here is you're the asshole. Notice that he's got a lot of things to say until I put him on the spot. Where do you see me calling anyone asshole? I don't see you doing that. Let me help you out. I called you an asshole. I also called you ignorant. Which of those two would you like? Yeah, you're doing that. It's called projection. No, it's not called a projection. Nice that you can parrot smarter people than you. What that is my evaluation. Based on how you arrived on my show, how you speak. That's not a projection because I can communicate in the written English language. You cannot. He's not watching the show. That's why a flowchart wouldn't help. He's listening, but he's not watching. So, the problem is he's using phrases he's heard other people say, but he doesn't understand them. I communicate in the written language. Thus, I'm not projecting my ignorance onto you. You can barely communicate. Sir, you're a psychologist now. Actually, I'm not a psychologist, but I am a licensed counselor. And I'm certified to teach psychology. If you had been around for any length of time, I'm certified to teach US history, world history, economics, sociology, psychology, cultural anthropology. It's all of my teaching cert. So, who isn't? People that don't have a teaching degree aren't certified to do those things. That one's a pretty easy lineup. So, but you notice, guys, he's a great example of this. I asked him which of the two things he wants to talk about, why I think he's an asshole or why I think he's ignorant. And he won't answer because he knows, dead to rights, whichever one he picks, I'll eviscerate him. So now his 15 minutes are just about up because he's been entertaining, but I have more important shit to do. But the really sad part is he'll leave this chat and he'll think he won some argument. No, I don't even want him to put the fries in the bag. You answered it yourself. You said you meet assholes every day. No. Because I don't think everybody I meet every day is an asshole. What you missed was, that was a parable that might have been a little bit over your educational level. That was a teaching story. I hope you know what a parable is. If not, it's a teaching story. I don't meet assholes every day. I meet a bunch of really nice people. I'm a shit magnet, apparently, because I get people like you. I feel highly skilled talent is so... I feel his highly skilled talent is to distinguish the finer flavor nuances of paint chips. I've heard you call more people assholes today than I've heard the word in a month. No, I've only been calling one person an asshole, and that's you, asshole. So you fit pretty well to your own description of self. Oh no, see, if that's a question, I am perfectly capable of being an asshole. I have a very low tolerance of stupidity, and I have a quick and assertive response to bullshit. The only reason why I kept you around is some people are having a good go at you, which you haven't noticed, which is funny to me. Ladies and gentlemen, though, Deltoid71 is a walking, talking example of why society won't get better. Deltoid71 is a walking, talking example of why I used to disagree with Asmongold, and now and it scares me that I'm starting to gravitate towards agreeing with him. Someone catch me up. We had a viewer that's just trolling, and I let it go for a little bit because it was comical, but I got other shit to do. The problem is, Asmongold said only people who net positive pay into the system should be able to vote. I mean, it's pretty on par to listening other man and making your decisions based on them. Guys, I can't. I can't. The fucking grammar is so bad that fucking dinosaurs are dying in the prehistoric era. Dude, that's not even fucking English. So I think you're just done. Because I'm not going to argue with someone who can't communicate in my language. I'm not trying to be mean here, but I mean, it's pretty on par to listening other man and making your decisions based on them. Deltoid, you need to go back to fucking English class and ask them to teach you the proper use of pronouns. You can only use a pronoun when you've properly established, so you are not a military man now. I'm retired, yes. I'm a veteran, yes. It's pretty on par to listening other man and making your decisions based on them. On them. Is them referencing back to man? No, because man is singular. Them is plural. Yeah, you make decisions based on what another man wants you to do. No, that's not how the military works. I'm sorry, you didn't serve, so you don't understand. There's two ways that you get an order. No, it's not. There's two ways that you get an order. Number one, go do this way. Cool, got it. Number two, go complete this objective. Figure out how to do it. Is that where your hatred of younger people being in the lead comes from? I don't have a hatred of younger people being in the charge. So I think at this point, your comical error is done. I've already said, when I was an airman, I was older than my lieutenant. I didn't go into the military till after I'd completed my master's degree. My question is your hatred of the English language, was somebody quoting Shakespeare while they beat you? Because, yeah, I hate everybody equally. Not even remotely close, at least not in the US military. North Korea might operate that way, though. Right. It's like, in the military, they either tell you to secure the objective and figure out how to do it, or they tell you to go do this, exactly this, and nothing but this. And guess what? It's not about age, it's about rank. I'm an E3, they're an O1. I do what they say. Why? Because they're an O1. Privately in my own head, I can think they're an idiot, but I'm gonna go do what the O1 says because I'm an E3. I'm an E3 or an E4 or an E5 or an E6 or an E9. I could be an E9 and an O1 tells me what to do. I'm an E, they're an O. They tell me what to do. It's a lawful order. I go do it. I'm 40, they're 22. I still go do it. What's the point here? I think the problem is Deltoid doesn't have a point. Deltoid is like the two blunt ends of the crayon. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why I do the show. Because every time I do the show and we get an individual like this, it proves to us we have fallen far from glory. People can't even communicate in the written language. This is the French toast waffles thing. Oh, you like French toast, so you hate waffles. What's your idea of glory? My idea of glory is that it's a highly overrated fucking word, much like the word hero. Hero is the word that they give to other people. The hero is the word they give to people that gets other people killed. Glory is irrelevant. Some people like glory. I don't give a shit about glory. So what's next? Glory is a stupid fucking thing. Glory is a dumb idea. Yeah, AI, he's not AI because AI knows how to conjugate sentences. AI is smarter than this. That's why so many people are afraid of AI. The trolls of society are afraid of AI. It's a weird question. Wounds heal. Chicks dig scars. Glory lasts forever. No, then that's not why people are afraid of AI. Dude, Deltoid, please don't get derailed. Deltoid, focus. Focus. Like your teacher used to say before she threw the eraser at you. All these other side conversations are while we're waiting for you to type the next thing. You're not invited to the salad bar. We want you. Yes, you're the one derailing. You've been the one derailing for 35 fucking minutes. Yeah, jingle the keys. Oh my God, bloodbath. Holy fuck. Bloodbath out of right field with the jingle the keys shit. Oh, fuck, I remember that. Fucking the kids in my class. Jingle the hey, over here, pay attention. Fuck, bloodbath. The keys are jingling. Deltoid must have come to class today. Deltoid the teacher moved us into a different classroom, but Deltoid's a fucking bloodhound. He found us. What was he gonna do otherwise? The teacher was gonna leave him in the bathroom for 43 minutes. Oh god, fuck. I gotta go make dinner. That's gonna make my whole fucking day. Anyway, I'm here Friday, and then I'm on vacation again. Vacation, Deltoidos, those things when you don't work. It's a 3-syllable word. I didn't know if you knew it or not. Anyway, I will see you guys Friday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jolly